Hello and welcome to the Taste of Shetland Online Festival 2020. It's great to have you here with us. I'm Claire White, I'm the manager of Shetland Food and Drink, and for the next 4 hours we're here to bring you loads of cookery demonstrations and films for our member businesses, quizzes and all sorts of family entertainment. Thanks so much for joining us for our first ever digital event, so please be patient with us as we feel our way through this brand new community broadcasting experience. There's nowhere to hide on this set, it's a community hall, so you can get your blooper bingo cards out around about now. We'd love to hear from you today. This is very much a two-way conversation. It's a community festival produced for the community that is you online by our community here in Shetland. So tell us what you're thinking and wondering about. Do you have queries about Shetland fish or Shetland meat or Shetland preserves and vegetables? Whatever you're wondering about, please be in touch at Taste of Shetland on Facebook, Twitter or Instagram, or email us shetlandfoodanddrink@gmail.com is the address. And coming up on the screen now, you'll be able to see what's in store for you across the next hour. Have a pretty read of that. Loads of stuff to come, cookery demonstrations, we've got talks, films, quizzes, you know, you name it, it's all here. So do stay with us for the next hour. Today's festival is funded by the Connect Local Regional Food Fund and Events Scotland, plus our sponsor is Scottish Sea Farms. We're immensely grateful to our financial backers, without whom none of this, of course, would be possible. We love telling the world about Shetland's exceptional produce, and they help us do that. I'll be joined at various points of the day in our pop-up studio here in Bicton Hall by the Shetland Food and Drink Limited team. These people are passionate about world-class local food, and together we coordinate a network of about 80 local businesses and about 20 individual members who are just passionate about supporting the work we do and spreading the word on Shetland food. We run activities all year round, from markets and festivals to food and drink tourism and networking on behalf of our members. And the first of the team that I'd like to introduce you today is our chairwoman, Marion Armitage. Hi, Marion.
Hello, hi.
I'm so impressed you're in your penny already, Marion.
Yes, absolutely, in my Taste of Shetland penny, which you can buy.
You can on the tasteofshetland.com online shop. So yeah, there's that plus tote bags and tea tools as well. But anyway, more importantly at the moment, Marion, what are you planning for us today?
Okay, so we've got a whole selection of dishes, and I'll be doing some things with fish. First of all, some salmon, which has been provided by Scottish Sea Farms, our sponsor. But as well as that, I've got some white fish, which is part of the huge range that's landed in the markets in Lerwick and Scalwa every day. 23 species are landed some days. And I've got some beautiful monkfish, I've got some tusk, and I've got some piri haddock tongues as well. And we're going to be making a whole selection of dishes, as well as lots of other things as well.
Now, Marion, you've been involved with this organisation, Shetland Food and Drink Limited, since it began in 2017.
That's right.
How have you seen it evolve in that time?
Well, my goodness, this festival is really different for anything else, and it makes me think back to the early days when we had Jill Franklin, who was one of the founders of Shetland Food and Drink, running the show, and I'd like to really express a big thanks to Jill. And as well as that, just we've evolved through big festivals at the Clickermain and last year at Islesborough, but it's all about getting our members' produce out to the world, and this pandemic gives us the opportunity to be able to show all of you the best of what we have here.
Now, speaking of the organisation and the fish you're creating there into beautiful dishes, Marion, we do have fabulous prizes, including lots of fish prizes available in our online raffle today. So there's a link to our online raffle on our Facebook page and also on our website, tasteofshetland.com, or if you're looking at Instagram just now, then check out the link directly on there. Tickets are just £2 each, and you could be in with a chance of winning fabulous prizes like dinner, bride and breakfast for 2 people at Booster House Hotel and a Northlink ferry journey north with a car, and a cabin for 2 passengers. Just a handful of the many amazing prizes donated by our members. So do check out that online donation site and pitch in a couple of quid if you feel so inclined. Now, speaking of cash, the next Taste of Shetland team member that I'm going to introduce you to is our finance officer, Mary Andreas, who will feature heavily throughout today's show. She runs a bed and breakfast called Hayhoull B&B right here in Bigton, and she's also conveniently the chair of the Bicton Hall Committee. So there's never a dull moment in island life, I can tell you. So I'm going to head through now to have a look at how Mary is getting on in the kitchen. Mary,
Hello.
great to see you also in your Taste of Shetland Ferry.
Absolutely.
Which is fabulous. Now, what are you making here today, Mary?
Well, this is a smoker at we're gotten the Thoolcraft in now. That's one of our members groups. And we're going to smoke some salmon today. We're
Kindly donated by Scottish
kindly
Seafarms.
donated by Sea Farms. We got this huge salmon that Marion and I were trying to fill it the other day.
It was a handsome brute of a fish, wasn't
It was
it?
a huge thing.
So what have you done with it today?
What we're going to do, we're doing it in two ways. We're going to marinate, we've been marinating this overnight. So Jens, a bit of salmon at Marion's putting in her marinade, and I'll read the ingredients here, but she made it with a very citrusy flavour. So Jens, orange and lemon, and all the garden herbs, and Shetland sea salt, and all sorts of things in yonder. With olive oil.
And that's beautiful colours in that.
And
citrusy.
I did a very cheat marinade for mine. Jens just been done in a pea-cornograph salt, of course salt, and some dark brown sugar, and that's settled overnight. And
So that would be more a classic marinade, Mary?
I think
yeah?
so. I
Yeah.
think a lot of folk in Shetland would probably just use a bit of salt. But
Yep.
there's so many different ways that you can do it, different flavours. You could do oriental stuff with things like soy sauce or something like that. There's so many variations, and I really should starting to try it. I only bought the steamer, the smoker a bit earlier on in the year because we were getting lots of fresh mackerel. And it seemed such an opportunity to try it.
And full lang, does it smoke for inch
Well,
light it and set
it is
it
a
all?
bit of a stew, so I think we have it in the kitchen, but we're going to start it off, and then hopefully it's not going to rain a little bit outside, because we didn't want the fire alarms to go off at this particular juncture. We thought that might not be a good idea.
Absolutely.
So what we're going to do is put the fish into a foil container here, and then there's an area here that you can put wood chips. Now, we don't have money trees in Shetland, as you well know, but you can buy all the, it's kind of like sawdust. It comes faithful grass, all different flavours. I hate just a selection here, and whiskey oak, and beech, and cherry.
And full lang, does it have to smoke for, Mary?
It will all depend on the size of the fish. Yesterday we thought we would try the salmon fillet for about half an hour, and in fact it was nearly an hour before it was actually finished. But it's actually cooking the fish as well as smoking it. So that's one of the really good things, that you can also par cook things and get the smoky flavour. And then if you're doing a barbecue or something like that, then why not cook it? I think it takes half the time for about 25%, maybe even. And put that in, and then you can finish it off in conventional cooking if you feel it. That's the best way.
And a brilliant activity for bairns as well.
Absolutely
If it's October
splendid.
holiday time, this is
Yeah.
just the kind of thing they would love watching.
This is the kind of thing. I kind the mackerel, I smoke it. It took about 15-20 minutes, and then it was absolutely lovely. So for everybody can have access to one of these things, go and buy one and use it. It's great
Absolutely.
fun.
Yeah, well, thanks very much for that, Mary, and we'll be back very soon to hear how it's all coming on.
Right.
Meantime, though, would you like to come on a journey with us to Shetland? If so, then why do you not come aboard Northlink ferries or run the boat between Aberdeen and Lerwick? This is the onboard experience that you can expect for them. Can you taste the sat air yet? That was the Northlink sailing experience for you in under 2 minutes. And as well as having them as members of Shetland Food and Drink Limited, we're delighted that Northlink also sponsor our activities, which means we can do even more to tell the world about Shetland food and drink. And one person that seems to never tire of telling locals and visitors all about the produce available here is our finance officer and Hayhoull B&B owner, Mary Andreas, and her assistant for the day, Shona Main, who is going to do lots of vegetable preparation, I believe, Shona. So Mary, tell us about this dish you're going to make, because it sounds absolutely intriguing.
Well, we were trying to think what we could make, and certainly with the weather beginning to change and the dark nights coming in, we thought it would be nice to do something slow cook it. And so what we're chosen to do today is some beef olives, and beef olives we're going to stuff with a number of different products. We're going to use sasser meat, local sasser meat for the Scalloway butcher shop. And to that, just to lift the whole thing and put it into the meat, we're going to use oatmeal and a bit of garlic. And I've actually been soaking some mushrooms in some red wine. So that was porcini mushrooms. We thought that might add a pretty bit to the flavour. And to go with all that, we're going to use, we have some beetroot here that my sister very kindly came with last night. Lovely homegrown beetroot, homegrown carrots, and my own homegrown tatties that we're going to make. It's called a Tattie Clatch.
Tell us about that name, Mary. That's fascinating.
Well, you are kind of about the YouTube video of the sasser meat Clatch. It's a very famous one that son of a Henry did, and we thought we couldn't replicate that, but we would do it kind of on a bit of a theme that we would use tatties as well. So for that, we're going to use a mixture. Actually, we're not going to just use tatties. We've got some neeps here and parsnip, and you can really put anything in it, because whatever folk wants, sweet potato, any kind of root vegetable like that just adds to the whole thing.
And I should say one thing, actually, we're standing clearly 2 metres apart, Mary, given the COVID circumstances in which we're operating.
We are.
But you and Shona has been in a bubble, so
Shona
you'll be a
and
bit
I
closer
have been
today.
in a very nice bubble all the way through, so it's great that she's been able to come and help me today.
Totally. And Shona, what is it you're preparing there?
Chopping up some vegetables.
Chopping vegetables, yes, we've got parsnip, neep, all classic Shetland staples, tatties, anything goes down the way grows well here, doesn't it, Mary?
It does, and again, I'm going to do a very cheap way of doing this, and in fact, I have lost my pan.
Oh,
there's
a
pan. Big pan
Does
in the
anybody have a
kitchen.
pan that Mary could use in the kitchen, I'm wondering?
So we're just going to slice it fairly thinly, and there's all kinds of different ways of making dauphinoise tarties, which is what we're going to do. But I'm going to do a cheap way, and I'm going to cut it all up, put in some milk, put in some Shetland cream, bit of butter, and then we're going to literally boil it up and almost cook it on the stove. And by doing that, you have a very quick way of doing it. That's kind of a cheats way. You can put it into a dish and just finish it off in the oven and brown it all off.
I bet that's handy when you're running your B&B.
Very handy when you're in a hurry.
Pre-prepare and you can just whack it in the oven.
Yes.
So we've got Shetland dairy products.
We
do.
We have Shetland cream, and we have Shetland, and we're really not very organised because
it's all right.
It's
Community
behind me.
Aha,
it's behind you.
See, you're very organised, Mary. It's all in a very logical place to have it.
So here we have a 500 mils of Shetland dairy cream, and these come for the recycling and the refilling.
It's brilliant, isn't it? You can
that's
refill your bottle as many times as you like. And we're so fortunate to have a dairy here.
That's right.
That enables that.
And then here we have very thinly sliced beef, and in fact this is a knuckle of beef, which we weren't quite sure what that can be, but it's a kind of a cheaper cut of meat because you've got the rump, and then below that you have the knuckle.
But the flavour's still good.
But really flavoursome and absolutely perfect for slow cooking.
And which butcher gave you that meat?
That came for, actually the beef came for the Bicton farm. So we thought we would have to try and get as many local things as we can, and they supply amongst other folk, the Scalloway Meat Company.
Excellent.
So that's where that came from.
Scalloway Meat Company, yes. And you've spoken about your vegetables. I mean, you were fortunate to have homegrown ones there.
We have, yes, we do.
But of course, there are certain famous suppliers of vegetables also in the Isles. It can't be everybody.
They certainly are.
Yeah.
So so here we have the Shetland cream.
Yes.
and the Shetland butter.
And what stage of preparedness do you need to get the Clatch and the beef olives to at the moment, Mary?
Well, we're going to put that in a muckle pan when the pan arrives. It's on the stove in the kitchen.
Yes. Any sign of that pan, Mary, anybody?
It's,
Osler, pan.
It's fun
Osler's
and
brought
games doing
everything.
something like this in a situation like this that we're not very used to.
Okay, well, we're feeling we're wired this, aren't we? I'm sure we have a very sympathetic audience, and Osler can make a pan.
We've done many
anything.
things in the hall,
That'd
but
be
this is
great, thank
probably
you.
the most challenging thing that you ever made me do.
And
I
Mary
joined
can actually do a
Shetland
lot.
Food and Drink as a finance officer, and it's almost been a nightmare. Like, what is she going to learn me? We knew.
It's become a vocation, Mary.
So this is saucer meat. We're putting the saucer meat in here.
Mary, what size of pan? Osler's wondering.
It's a great muckle pan that's on the stove. You can't miss it.
So many pans to choose from. Of course, Bicton is a bit of a foodie hotspot in Shetland, Mary.
Well, we have had a few opportunities to do a few things in Bicton. This is the Bicton Hall that we're in. The hall, thank you very much. The hall was actually the building that I went to school in.
Wow. Yeah.
And it closed about, well, I think we were the last pupils in the school. That was 1969. And all the 5 local schools here were closed, and they opened the Dundrossan School.
Okay.
And the hall was given across to the community for communal use, and it's been used for so many things. It's normally, with COVID, it's just kind of destroyed everything. But toddlers use it, the youth club uses it, the senior citizens use it.
And it can even be used as a television studio, Mary.
And it has been used as a television studio.
And you're the chair of the committee here. It seems, Mary, if you're working with you spend half your life here ordinarily cooking for community events.
We have an absolutely great committee and a great community, and it's amazing. You put down all these things, and then you rally your friends and your family to come and help you, and they must feel a little bit about me the same way as I feel about you. We end up doing all these things that maybe it's shipping us way beyond our comfort zone.
It's good to stretch, isn't it?
Certainly that.
And the thing is also, you have, of course, the community shop here in Bicton as
We
well,
do,
Mary.
and Shauna's wearing our Bicton community shop PD.
Excellent. Now tell us the story of that shop, just at headline level, Shauna. I mean, it's run by volunteers, isn't it? Yeah, Mary, how does that work in terms of the staffing of it?
Well, we have a manager, and she would do all the ordering and working out rotas and that sort of things. But the majority of folk are all volunteers.
Okay, yeah. Amazing,
So,
just amazing.
It's been difficult within COVID because all of a sudden a lot of the folk that helped were maybe touching the 70 mark and theoretically had to be shielded. And so the problem with that was how was the shop going to run? And of course everything was closed. At my B&B there was nobody there, and there was actually nobody using the hall. So we were able to kind of put more resources into keeping the shop going.
Community life, that's what Shetland is all about, isn't
It
it?
certainly is.
Yeah.
Certainly is.
Well, we're going to see in just a moment, Mary, a film about Bicton. So we're going to finish off this part of the preparation of your beef olives and creamy Tattie Clatch very soon.
Yeah.
But we just wanted to say before we leave this part that the butter that Mary is using in this recipe for Shetland Farm Dairies is available on the testofshetland.com online shop. So wherever you're watching this in the world, you can click on there and buy yourself some Shetland butter, Skibble oat cakes, Mackenzie's Farm Shop preserves, full ventus dried fish and other Shetland goodies. So do check that out. As I mentioned earlier, we have a film coming up now which helps us set the scene for today's festival taking place here in Bicton Community Hall, a community festival produced by the community for you, our online community. And this film shows Bicton for the air, so you can understand where we are in context. Shot by Mary's son-in-law. Just take a moment now and immerse yourself in the stunning Shetland scenery. Wasn't that absolutely gorgeous? You're watching the Taste of Shetland Online Festival 2020. My name's Claire White, I'm the manager at Shetland Food and Drink. Coming up in the next half hour, we take a tour of Uredale Farm in Scalawa, and we also go to Lerwick's Nordic-inspired cafe bar, The Dowry, to see the beautiful creation in their kitchen, right from fishing boat to fork. But first of all, we have with us to report on the social media picture,
Yes.
Laurie Goodlett. You're a member of Shetland Food and Drink, Laurie.
I am indeed, yeah. And we're just so delighted to see so many people here on social media today. We've got people watching from Canada, Bavaria, Cyprus, Australia, India, Sweden, New Zealand, and from right here in Bigton as well. So a real good worldwide audience, Claire. Lots of people missing their Shetland trip this year, so this is hopefully bringing a little bit of Shetland to them. So I've got a few questions that have come in. Sheila asks, what are your go-to quick to cook dishes? And I asked Marion this question, and she says that salmon would be her #1 choice. And she says you get a really hot cast iron skillet, 2 minutes each side with the fish, seasoned with parsley, salt, pepper and a squeeze of lemon. And then you take it off the heat, put the lid on and just let it cook and cool, and then it's ready to serve.
And Scottish Sea Farms, of course, are sponsoring our festival.
They are indeed a sponsor this year.
You can't have too much salmon in your life.
No. And she also says another quick meal would be a poached Shetland egg with their lovely bright yellow yolk.
And of course, also with that, the bakeries do fabulous bread here, don't
absolutely, yeah. Was Bakery, Puckle Loft would be a treat with that.
Absolutely, and there's Vaux Bakery as well,
yeah,
and Sandwick Baking Company too.
Yeah, we're spoilt for choice here.
Exactly.
Maka asks, can I get Beremeal shipped to Australia? So she was here last year and she picked up a recipe book and she wants to know how she can get Beremeal. So I suppose you could see if Scoop Whole Foods would deliver. You can go on their website and see if they can deliver to Australia. Or Marion said you can substitute with rye flour. So she tried that in her bannocks and she substituted the buttermilk with yoghurt and said that worked a treat.
And of course, bannocks are something we're never going to get past today, Laurie.
No.
They're the iconic Shetland snack food, aren't
Yeah.
they? Can you just tell us a bit more about the bannock, Laurie? Because I think you've written about that.
Yeah, well, bannocks are a kind of traditional flatbread that we eat here, and they're so versatile. You can eat them with cold meat, you can have them with soup, especially at this time of year where it's getting a bit nippy and we're getting into Tattie soup time of year, so really the perfect accompaniment would be a bannock.
And you can eat them with cheese, ham, salt beef, fish, you name it.
Very, very versatile.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments on social, Laurie?
I was asked tomorrow at dawn, asks, are there any Shetland recipes that can be veganised? And I asked Marion this question, and I mean, we're so spoilt here for kind of fresh fruit and veg. We've got Transition Turryfield, we've got lots of producers here. So you can just substitute using a root vegetable or any vegetables really. And
the fantastic thing about local veg is it's available throughout Shetland, and actually the very best place to taste the real Shetland is to go to your local independent, often rural shop,
absolutely.
Or Island Larder in Lerwick, or Scoop Whole Foods, or Sound Service Station, and buy what's available.
Selection right here.
This is for Kevin Oborn. This is his new veg box venture, and it's just an array of the typical stuff you'll see growing right now in Shetland: carrots, tatties, neeps, cauliflower, kale, Shetland blacks there in the corner. It's not a joke to say that everything that grows down the way really does do well. So these are staples, and during stew season, of course, this is just the kind of thing that we're all looking for, we're craving.
Absolutely, yeah, you crave it in the cold weather, definitely.
Totally. Well, thanks so much for that update, Laurie. I ken you're going to be back with us, our members. We have basically members of the Shetland Young Farmers team here today, keeping an eye on our Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all at Taste of Shetland. If you want to write to us, just same as whatever you like, a comment. How are you doing? What are you watching for? What do you wonder about? What would you like to ask about? And we'll try and get it on air. Or you can email us, shetlandfoodanddrink@gmail.com. I'm really delighted that Laurie is still with us because Laurie's business, Shetland with Laurie, is a Shetland Food and Drink Limited member, offering guided tour, writing services, all manner of other things. A very talented lady. And I'm delighted that she's now going to give us a kind of a, I suppose you'd say it was a food-themed local tour of Lerwick. So here's Laurie to tell us all about Lerwick's fishing history.
Hello and welcome to Shetland. My name is Laurie Goodlid and I am a tour guide here in Shetland. I run the business Shetland with Laurie, which offers guided walks and tours around the island, including a guided walk of Lerwick, and that's where I'm standing today. I'm in Lerwick, which is the main town here in the islands. It's home to about 7,500 people. It's a really busy town. Lots of activity in the harbour, lots of fishing boats, and that's really what I wanted to speak to you about today. I know that you're tuning in from all over the world and you're enjoying the best of Shetland food and drink, and I hope that you're enjoying the Taste of Shetland virtual festival. But fishing has been a hugely important industry in the islands for hundreds and hundreds, thousands of years really. The first real records we have of the fishing industry are with the Vikings, who arrived here about 850 AD, and they subsequently settled, and they brought with them their fishing technology, their boat building technologies, and we saw a real rise in the fishing industry with that. So the town here very much grew up around the fishing industry. If you'd been standing here about 1600, there would have been no buildings, no piers, nobody living here. It was just an empty landscape with maybe a few animals grazing on the hills beyond. But the town grew in response to the Dutch fishermen who were arriving here every summer round about June for several weeks leading up to their fishery, which started at the end of June. And they would congregate out here in the harbour, and local people would come to the foreshore here in what was to become Lerwick, and they would trade with them. So they would trade their knitwear, fresh provisions, and in exchange they would get gin, tobacco and brandy. So it's often said that Lerwick was built by smugglers, but it really did grow in response to this herring fishing industry, and by the 1800s it was the main seat of power, the main town in the islands. And it had another fishery boom in the 1900s, but that was a home-based fishery, and local boats were going out to sea and bringing their catch ashore here, where it was processed in Lerwick and then shipped to the markets. And today the fishing industry is still thriving. Fishing and aquaculture make up 50% of the local economy, so it's the greatest part of our economy in the islands, hugely important. And a new fish market just opened here in the town recently, and another one on the west side of Shetland. So showing a real investment here in the industry. And today we have boats which fish all around the islands. They fish for herring and mackerel, they fish for whitefish, haddock, cod, saithe, whiting, and we have an inshore fleet that fishes for lobster and crab. As well as that, we have the aquaculture industry, which is commercially grown mussels and salmon. So if you eat a mussel anywhere in the UK, there's an 80% chance that it's been grown here in Shetland. And similarly with the salmon, 1 in 3 are grown here in the islands. So we're just going to go for a short walk around the town and just show you a couple of the sights, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the festival. Okay, so for those who watch the Shetland TV show, this house behind me will be very familiar as the home of Detective Inspector Jimmy Perez. This is always a favourite place to come on the Lerwick walking tour. But this building is historically really important too. It's called the Lodbury, and a Lodbury comes from the Old Norse language that was spoken here, which means a landing place or a landing stone. And it's where, when the Dutch fishermen arrived, they began trading with the local people. They would bring their and all these buildings with their foundations built into the sea sprung up along the foreshore here in Larwick. And underneath all these buildings are a series of smugglers' tunnels where the illegal goods would be brought into the town and the legal goods would be sold in the shops that joined onto the street. So, better known as the home of Detective Inspector Jimmy Perez. Okay, so we're on Baines Beach here in Larwick, so it's right in the centre of town, and it's always surprising for people to find a beach right in the centre of the town here. And this is the only remaining piece of the original shoreline. All the buildings around me have all been built into their sea. And it's behind me, out in Bressa Sound, the sheltered harbour that really gave rise to the town. It's also a fantastic place to find sea glass and beach pottery. So it's a favourite place for visitors to come and get sandy toes and pick up some sea glass.
Laurie Goodlid of Shetland with Laurie there, delving into Lerwick's rich fishing and maritime past. If you're a business that loves Shetland food and drink, if you're involved in the sector in some way, or even if you're just an individual who's passionate about local produce, then you can become a member of Shetland Food and Drink Limited to be a part of events like this and do much more. So check out our website, tasteofshetland.com, for all the details of membership fees and benefits. Meantime though, we now seamlessly transition from one beautiful part of Shetland to another. We're off to the hill in Scalawa. Come on, pull on your boots. I'm going to go and tack a wander.
Welcome to Uredale Farm. My name is Jacob Junson and I'm making this video for the Shetland Food Fair to be held online in October 2020. This is Uredale, just outside of Scalawa in Shetland. We have been an organic farm since 2003. We farm beef and lamb from field to fork. Here I am out in the valley with our main herd of Shetland native kye. The native coo is considered a rare breed and the Shetland native breed dates back 4,000 years. All of the beef produced by Uredale is pure native Shetland. Also is our lamb. Here in the Croute are some of the rams and yows for the hill. The Shetland native lamb and beef has more omega-3, 6 and other nutritional vitamins and healthy fats than any other conventional breeds. Uredale is a family-run farm that provides organic produce all year round. I myself am a trained butcher and I personally do all the butchery of our own livestock, supplying meat across Shetland to shops, cafes, restaurants, as well as farther afield to sooth butchers such as Lydgate's in Notting Hill, London. Shetland kye have evolved over the thousands of years along with the Shetland landscape. They are naturally suited to both the lowland greens and the heathery hills, giving unique flavour and texture to the meat. Shetland kye are happy and able to roam the steep faces and rolling hills looking out to the North Atlantic. This unique breed of cattle has developed to suit the Shetland landscape and harsh weathers perfectly. I hope you have enjoyed this video from wherever you may be viewing, and that this helps you to feel a part of the Shetland Food and Drink Festival in 2020.
Jacob Junson of Uredale Farm in Scalawa there, just a beautiful pair to Shetland. If you've done a bite here and you're thinking to visit on a food tourism adventure or just on a holiday of your own, do be sure to check out the ancient capital of Shetland. Now, I'm sure nobody needs reminding, it's Tattie holiday time, which means that bairns everywhere and their grown-ups are looking for fun things to do outdoors, ideally that's free and wholesome. So, everything is improved outdoors, we admit, I'm sure you'll agree. And when you're at Fort, you should always make sure you are well sustained by local produce, we reckon. So here's Elizabeth Atia of elizabethskitchendiary.co.uk with some Fairday meat, which means food for a journey here in Shetland. In her flask is leek and tatty soup, and it's accompanied by the iconic bannocks that Laurie Goodlid and I were chatting about earlier, served up this time with sat beef.
I feel we should be going back to the way we used to eat, which is just local. Eat what's in season, that's growing around you. Your entire diet, you can get it from Shetland. I get a weekly veg box and I don't have any requests. So when that comes in on a Friday, that's what I'm eating for the week. I like being creative, just not wasting any of it as well. I dig up my first leek. The weather here, it can be wild. Gales, salt, the salt air leeks seem to cope really well with the Shetland climate. This variety, you can see it's been kind of battered by the wind a bit. We've had some gales lately, but it's still going to taste good. All right, that's good for the soup pot. You'd be quite surprised about how much can grow in Shetland, and there's a lot of folk around that do grow absolutely everything. I mean, there's a guy down the road here who's got cherries, plums, got sweet corn, aubergines. My shop just at the end of the road there, it's got milk, it's got meat, it's got fish, it's got bakeries and vegetables. Sometimes there's some cherries in there, some plums from, somebody's got too much in their garden. It's just nice to know the name of the people who grow your food. Everybody likes tatty and leek soup. And we need 1 onion, just chopped coarsely because you're going to puree it. You want 300 grams of leeks, which is about two good sized leeks, and we want 600 grams of potatoes, and these are grown on the South Mainland and they are the best potatoes ever. I always said that I could never leave Shetland because I like these potatoes too much. Again, you coarsely chop these. So we're going to add 2 spoonfuls of local butter. We just kind of cook it on a low heat for 10 minutes until it's all softened and lovely, and not browned though, you don't want to brown it. After those leeks and onions are done, you add these potatoes and a litre of chicken stock or vegetable stock, and then you cook it for 25 minutes. Take care not to overcook it though, just until the potatoes are done. I've got 2 kinds of bannocks here. I've got ordinary one, and then I've got a Beremeal one. I picked these up in the shop yesterday. Beremeal is a type of heritage 6-grain barley that the Vikings brought over a long time ago that used to grow here in Shetland. I think I was in a village hall somewhere up Helliar years ago when I had salt beef for the first time. I loved it. It's just cured slices of roast beef. It's just really tasty. 250 mils of heavy cream, double cream, and 300 mils of milk. This time of year, when the clocks go back, it gets dark really quickly. The kind of foods that I want to eat, it changes. I go from salads to nice hearty soups like this, things that warm you up from the inside. When you start with quality, fresh ingredients, you don't need super fancy cooking methods or extra fancy ingredients to make a recipe taste nice. Basic, honest, simple ingredients. The tatties are just amazing. Cream, leeks, onions, chives, everything in this recipe actually I've made has been grown in Shetland. It makes me feel good as well, supporting local businesses, and I think the furthest thing away has been like 10 miles. Doing my little bit for the planet and eating well as well.
Elizabeth Attia there of shetlandskitchendiary.co.uk, and if you're curious about the full range of Shetland food and drink businesses, then do check out our website for full listings, tasteofshetland.com. You can find all their contact details on there if you want to order any of the food you're seeing today or perhaps plan a Shetland adventure. I'm delighted to be joined again now by the chair of Shetland Food and Drink Limited, Marion Armitage, who is going to talk us through some seasonal, delicious and quite frankly exciting, beautiful and exciting items. Yeah. Marion, just talk us through what you've brought into the studio just now.
Okay, so one of the things I was keen that we got in the festival is how amazing Shetland eggs are. And there's several producers that are members of Shetland Food and Drink. But not just that, lots of folk all throughout Shetland have an honesty box at the end of the rod, and they just sell what surplus eggs they have. So this very morning I got this beautiful puree Shetland eggs from Cecil Tate that bides here in Bigton, who makes amazing woodwork and carving and furniture. Anyway, this is Cecil's eggs, and what I made yesterday was a batch of lemon curd, and then I have another one that I'm just about to get on the cooker now. So lemon curd, if you buy it in the shops, has probably got all sorts of stuff in it. But if you make homemade lemon curd, you only need 4 things. You need eggs, sugar, lemons and butter. And of course we're using Shetland butter and Shetland eggs. Apparently you can grow lemons in Shetland in some polytunnels, in some warmer corners of Shetland. But
actually, Marion, I think we should explain a bit more about polycrubs right now.
Yes, absolutely. So a polycrub is the Shetland version of a polytunnel, made to withstand the coarse weather that we have here. And polycrubs are members of Shetland Food and Drink now, which is really super. But a polycrub is a very robust structure, which has the business is really taken off, and they have polycrubs exported as far as the Falkland Islands, as well as lots of places all over the north of Scotland. So do look on our website for contact details. And there's lots and lots of images on the gallery about how folk use their polycrubs in creative ways.
And I've heard them described as the Arnold Schwarzenegger of the polytunnel world.
Well, they're very robust because the ribs of a polycrub are made from recycled salmon cage structures, and then it's a very stiff polycarbonate that adds the whole thing together. And it is said that using a polycrub will extend the growing season in Shetland by 100 days, which makes a huge difference if you're trying to grow a range of stuff. It is, of course, possible to grow stuff outside, but it does help when you want to grow perhaps more tender things for a longer season.
And the wonderful thing is, of course, folk are producing now an excess of fruit and vegetables domestically, and they're increasingly finding their way into local shops, aren't they?
Absolutely, and this is an example of one business that delivered this to us this morning, all local from the Ness, which is where we are now.
So to return, I distracted you momentarily about the lemons.
Back to the lemons, yes. So the lemon curd I made yesterday with the 4 ingredients as described, and the recipe is on the website. And here is one that I'm just about to start. So literally all you do is you crack 2 eggs into the bowl. You have 75 grams of sugar, 50 grams of butter, and the juice and rind of 2 lemons, and you just get the heat going gently under that, and with a whisk you just gradually whisk it all together, and it all melts, and within 20 minutes you've got the most beautiful lemon curd. So I think really what I need to do now in this COVID era that we're in, I better not share it, but I think
salivating here.
I think what I am going to do, this bannocks were made early this morning before the sun was even up at Scatness. So I am just going to cline a pretty grain of lemon curd onto a bannock.
Looks delicious, Marion. I'm salivating. Now, tell us about your Beremeal Bannocks. We had a question in for somebody about those and Beremeal and sourcing it.
Right.
I suppose Laurie has told us at headline level about bannocks and their significance, but you've written a whole cookbook, Shetland Food and Cooking, so you've really delved into the history that bit deeper.
So, excuse me, Beremeal was grown widely in Shetland, but now it's grown in Orkney at the Bursay mill, where it is exported to Shetland and all over. And I gather there was a question about how far overseas it was possible to send Beremeal, and that's something that we will investigate. But Beremeal, it's a kind of barley. It's got a kind of slightly bitter taste, which I really, really like. And these bannocks have got like 2/3 of Beremeal and 1/3 of white flour. For those of you that might not be able to get Beremeal easily, you can substitute rye flour, which is a perfectly okay alternative. Now, one of the things I wanted to show folks, so this is my granny's griddle, which kind of folds down when it goes in the press. And this bannocks I cooked this morning on the Rayburn at home before I came here. But I just wanted to show that this artifact, which again was my grandmother from Scatness, her baking board. So a baking board, it's just a piece of wood, but it has upstands all the way around. And of course, in the old days, nobody had a fitted kitchen. So you could actually take your baking board and either set it on the kitchen table or on the side. And it kind of contained all your flour and was a kind of a limited space for you to do your baking.
Of course, Shetland traditional hooses, so pretty and compact.
Absolutely,
you need
yes.
something to keep things neat.
So this was a kind of clean, neat area, and then of course you just wipe it down and put it away again when you've finished. And the other thing that I've got, again, which is belonged to my grandmother, is the rolling pin that was made for her from one solid piece of wood. So my grandfather, who was called Magnus Andrew Young and lived at Scatness, would have carved this for her, and I'm sure that would have been very common. And you can look at it, it's not the beautiful kind of smooth shot boat one, but it's just a solid piece of wood. So this is how she would have made her bannocks and other baking that she would have done.
Fascinating, Marion. Thank you so much for sharing all that background with us. Just momentarily, of course, the cookbook you wrote in 2014 is available to buy on our online shop, tastyshetland.com, Shetland Food and Cooking by Marion Armitage. Just briefly, Marion, what was it like to compile that very important piece of work?
That was really interesting. It was like, I think I said in the beginning, it was like having a backstage pass to everything to do with Shetland, because the key thing was to meet all the folk that had the knowledge, and really what I was doing was drawing on that knowledge and putting it all together. So I was able to go and meet folk that I had never met before. I went to see Ruby Lindsay at Lunna, who at the time was 106 years old. And she sadly died about 3 months before the book was published. But that kind of wealth of knowledge was really, really, really interesting.
Because Shetland Food and Drink, of course, is backed by this incredible heritage, by this real strong provenance that perhaps folk didn't kind about.
And I think being able to draw on that by speaking to the folk that rear the animals, catch the fish and grow the vegetables, it just provided me with a real insight, so that some of the recipes were actually inspired by the way that vegetables are grown. So for example, there's a stuffed cabbage recipe which is incredibly suitable for a vegan diet, and I think we had a question earlier about that, where it's you just lightly steam the outside leaf of the cabbage, make up a stuffing with onions, vegetables, and a bit of cereal. You could use a pedigree oatmeal, and then just tie it together and steam it or bake it. And there's lots and lots. This kind of produce, there's lots of availability to cover a huge wide range of diets.
Thank you so much, Marion. That's completely fascinating. If you have a question for Marion, if you have a query about Shetland Food and Drink, just what it's like to visit the Isles here if you're not biding locally, please be in touch at A Taste of Shetland on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter, or email us shetlandfoodanddrink@gmail.com. From the very historic, we now move to the very contemporary and Lerwick's Nordic-inspired cafe bar called The Dowry. I leave you to sail away now in the hands of the very capable head chef.
Hi, my name is Helen Fullerton, and today I'm going to be making surf and turf, and we're just going out on my dad's boat to collect the lobsters. Now we're back in the kitchen and I'm preparing the tatties to make potato fondant. just about to steam the fresh lobsters that we caught earlier in Dad's boat. Just going to put them in the steam oven for 10 minutes. Right now I'm just whisking the lobster bisque, which will go with the surf and turf. I've added garlic and thyme and seasoning, and now I'm just adding some chicken stock to the tatty fondants before putting them in the oven. Lobsters out and cooling, ready to be cleaned. Just taking the meat out of the lobster shell. Portioning up the fillet steak, which we sourced locally from Luna Farm. Here I'm searing the steak. For plating up, it's lobster bisque, followed by the potato fondant, and on top of that the Luna fillet steak, and the steamed lobster with parmesan crisp on top.
Well, like, Olympic. A delicious minute of Shetland there. We've loads more of those coming up, so stay tuned for the next 3 hours to hear what we have in store. Next up is, well, pre-shop scones made on fast forward, and by complete contrast, a slow roasted lamb shoulder for Uredale Farm. So fast, slow, whatever your preference, stay with us. Meantime though, I don't know about you, but I feel that I've seen and talked about and salivated over so much food today that I could do with a bit of a jig to shake it down. I don't know if you're the same watching at home, but if you're feeling like that, we have just the boys for the job here. 2 local minstrels who are Ert Kent, brothers Ryan on guitar and Ross Cooper. They're fresh from recording their debut album at Beremeal Recording Studio here in Lerwick during lockdown and are absolutely on top form. So today they've picked out their favourite Shetland sets though to play for you, to give you a real flavour of the Isles. Their album will be out at the beginning of December, but here's a little taster of what you can expect from these 2 fabulous musicians. So playing us out of the first hour of the Taste of Shetland Online Festival 2020, please give a warm Hall welcome to Ross and Ryan Cooper.
Hello, here's some Shetland reels for you. Okay, okay. A 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back to the Taste of Shetland Online Festival 2020, live for Hall on Facebook and on the Shetland Webcams website. If you've been with us since 11 o'clock, thanks for sticking with it, and hello if you've just joined us. All 4 hours of festival content will be available to view on our YouTube channel at Taste of Shetland after the event, so we'll get that up as soon as we can, and you can relive your favourite moments or catch any bits you've missed. To help plan your viewing over the next hour, here's a little summary of what we have coming up. Yep, we've got showstopper Shetland dishes, scone making, Uredale lamb, cooked to perfection in the oven, slow roasted, crispy, delicious. A bit of a healthy eating interlude, no less, with the Chief Executive of NHS Shetland, and an accompanying film that's absolutely exquisite about rosehip syrup, produced locally, foraged for. We have a tasting of Whalza Made preserves, a bit of a go-ahead product here in the Isles, and we indulge in a decadent hot chocolate from Coffee Culture Lerwick. Plus there's more live music like the type you just heard, weren't they absolutely terrific, Ross and Ryan Cooper there. But first back to the present moment and our demonstration kitchen, where Shetland Food and Drink Chairwoman Marion Armitage is continuing preparations for her mammoth showstopper monkfish dish. Marion, what's happening now?
Okay. So we have the monkfish fillets. These came for one of the 2 local fishmongers. So what I'm going to do is keep it it's a very easy dish to do. So what I've got is the 2 fillets on the board, and I'm going to put a pretty bit of oil, and I'm using rapeseed oil, which actually comes from Aberdeenshire, so the footprint is not too huge to get it here. And then in addition to that, I've made a pretty bit of stuffing using white breadcrumbs, which are made from the Waz Bakery, produced this lovely bread called a Tattie bread. I'll do it here. Oh. A Tattie bread, which is a white bread made with Shetland tatties as one of the ingredients. So I've scooshed some of that up with a bit of butter, some leeks, some capers. The recipe will be available for you to look at. And what I'm going to do is to do a kind of simple stuffing. So all I'm going to do is cut some slashes into this delicious fresh piece of monkfish, but not all the way through, just to kind of create pretty pockets.
And of course, if people didn't have access to monk, if it's not available at their local fishmonger,
absolutely, any fish that's and we're going to do something similar with the tusk as well. But I'm just going to quickly show you how we create the kind of.
It's a real showstopper. I mean, it's a centrepiece, isn't it, on the dinner table?
Calling it a centrepiece because monk is such an important fish to the Shetland economy. It's a high-value fish. Hugely popular with exports on the continent. So I'm just going to use a pretty bit of seasoning and some Shetland sea salt.
Also one of our member businesses.
One of our member businesses.
And they won a Great Taste Award. They had it, I think, renewed, I think I'm correct in saying recently. So you are eating quality produce.
Really lovely using such quality produce, as you're saying. So there's what we're stuffing, and all that I'm going to do, now I'm going to do this in the traditional way, hands in there, and create pretty pockets. There's a bit of oil there, so it kind of adds together. This is not a kind of elegant, kind of perfect dish. This is good home cooking with really super Shetland ingredients.
And the recipes for all the ingredients we're featuring in today's show will appear on the tasteofshetland.com website and on our social media channels soon. If you want to replicate it at home, you can source the stockists on our website and find out how to make the recipes too.
So there's the stuffing. Now, if I had more time, as they say, I would do that all a pretty bit more beautifully. But that is the gist of it. And of course, you can vary the stuffing and put in it whatever you like. I think a bit of citrus is good. I like to put in capers because it gives you that kind of bite as well. Now, it needs, I could put more oil on, but I'm just going to dot the top of it with some Shetland Farm Dairies butter, which is produced locally in Lerwick from 3 dairy herds in Shetland, throughout Shetland.
And that's available to buy on the tasteofshetland.com website.
That is, and that can be exported to at least a limited range of countries and destinations. As well as the butter that I'm using now, I omitted to say earlier that when I made the Beremeal Bannocks, they have buttermilk as well. Now the other thing that I like to put in these bits of monkfish is a bit of anchovy. It just gives a really kind of fishy, kind of salty depth. And again, I'm just doing this all by hand. In goes the bit of anchovy, and then I'm going to just garnish it with some piri tomatoes over the top. One more space there.
And if people want to source Shetland fish but live in places other than Shetland, of course the local fishmongers have done an incredible job during lockdown of pivoting, and they actually export to other parts of the country. Marion, you have first-hand experience of that.
I do indeed, yes. I've had, during lockdown, when I spent quite a bit of time in London, I had 3 deliveries of fish, and it arrived, I'm told that the fish get to the Lerwick post office by midday on the Monday, and it was on my kitchen table at 1:10 the next day. So that's like just over 25 hours. So that might be a show-stopping dish, but it didn't take me long to do it. So there's the monkfish all ready to go in the oven. Now the next thing is the tusk, and I'm going to treat that fairly similarly. So tusk is it's a kind of firm, chunky fish, but less than half the price. And I think cost is a really important thing to speak about when it comes to buying fish, because often in Shetland you're paying more for fish than you are for meat, depending on what kind it is. Lots of folk just go straight to buy haddocks and the like, but there is such a range of fish that's available. So with this stuffing, I'm going to do a kind of sandwich because the tusk doesn't have the same kind of flexibility as the monkfish does, but it is an equally delicious fish to eat. So with the anchovies, I'm just going to put them up and down. I'm just doing this quickly.
And of course this is very much less of a showstopper perhaps, but more of a midweek supper.
Absolutely.
And great for family nutrition as well.
Yeah. And I'm kind of doing this in a similar style to the monkfish dish, but each of these fishes could be just cut into chunks and pan fried with vegetables. It's such a quick thing to do when you're using fish because the time scale is so short. So what I'm going to do is I'll add some seasoning to that, and then I'm going to put that one on top like that, and I'm going to use some cocktail sticks, or at least pieces of dowel of skewers, just to kind of add that together. And that's how it's going to be cooked, and then we'll see later on, we'll have a good look at the result.
Thank you so much for that, Marion. Absolutely fascinating. Can't wait to see how those progress and maybe even taste a bit if I'm very lucky.
Yeah.
So just a reminder that the local fishmongers to contact if you're looking for Shetland fish direct from source, speak to Island Fish or to Blidoat Fish. Thule Ventus also do dried and fresh fish deliveries. So I'm going to go back to the kitchen now to have a chat with Mary about that smoked salmon. Mary, how's it going with the smoked salmon? How is everything in here?
It's a bit of a stew.
Stew means that Shetland
a bit of a stew, a lovely word for a lot of smoke, and we figured rather than put the fire alarms off, we would just tuck it out here at the door. But it's cooking away nicely.
So can I have a look, Mary?
You can have a look. It's cooking away.
Wow, the colour's changed.
The colour's changed.
I wish it was smell-o-vision. It's amazing.
But it's cooking away, so you can see the...
So that was the one with the citrus marinade on the left, first of all.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the other one is the one we did in brown sugar. Now, we have the finished article here. This is one we prepared earlier. This one we did yesterday.
Excellent.
And you can see it's...
do you want to just taste a bit, Mary, and
well,
tell us?
I was hoping you would say that.
Tell us how it's tasted.
I think breakfast has been a bit scarce this morning.
We've had a busy time getting ready for this festival, haven't we?
And Donna Paulson, if Walter made it, you'll see later on, she's come with some bannocks that I've taken here. And I think she asked somebody for maybe 2 or 3, and it turned out she made 64. So
wow,
we're going to run out. But
so we're going to move on to the smoked salmon and test that on the bannock here.
We are.
And
indeed.
which one will you go for first?
Well,
Mary?
I think I'm going to try that one because the lemony one is lovely. I was just looking. Marion had dill and tarragon, I think, and certainly dill in here. But you can use dill and tarragon, parsley, or anything else that herb-wise that you want to use. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, local herbs, a lot of folk do grow them in their garden, and increasingly in polycrops. So I'll give you a chance to eat, Mary.
They do indeed. Thank you very much.
How's that tasting?
It's absolutely delicious.
Excellent.
And again, it's not salty, but it's just the right, and it's letting the flavour of the salmon come through.
And it seems like no time that's been smoking as well, it's just been quite quick.
Well, certainly Yun would need about at least half an hour, if not a bit longer to cook. But again, the flavour, you can vary it however you want. You can use a small amount of ash, or you could use a lot, depending on how strong you want the flavour. But experiment. That's what you need to do.
That's the spirit, Mary. Well, thank you so much to our sponsors, Scottish Sea Farms, who've provided the salmon that's being smoked today. Our other funders are the Connect Local Regional Food Fund and Events Scotland's National Events Programme. And we're so grateful to these backers, otherwise none of us would be here. I'm going to head back now into the other kitchen. And we're just really going to take a moment right now, because at a busy event like this, it's sometimes really nice to just unplug and to tune into your senses, to disconnect and just to take a moment. And what better to do that than with some Shetland scones. Here's the real James Martin of the Piri Shop, Mac and His. Okay, there was James Martin of the Piri Shop Cafe. He makes those scones every single day, and the Piri Shop Cafe has been relied upon for over 20 years for delicious soups, scones, cakes, other sustenance. So if you bide in Lerwick, make sure to get yourself along there, or if you're visiting, seek out the Piri Shop Cafe for a super informal dining experience. Now, I'm delighted to be joined with another of our social media team. Hi, Amy Budge of Bicton Farm. It's great to have you with us. Of course, you're wearing your Young Farmers hat today. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, we started the Shetland Young Farmers last year in February after I'd been away at college and I'd been a part of a Young Farmers doing in Scotland, in Aberdeenshire, and I just loved the feeling of young folk coming together and being among those with similar minded. So I decided to set one up here, and the response has been amazing.
How many members do you have?
We have about 30 members.
Wow, okay. And so are you all farmers then, or is it a mixture of
No,
backgrounds?
it's the Scottish Young Farmers has a good mentality that Young Farmers isn't just for folk who wear wellies. It's to open up and to stop isolation in rural communities where there might not be as much to do.
Excellent. Now, Amy, as well as being a young farmer today, you are also one of our social media team. So what are folks saying at Taste of Shetland?
There's been a lot of good comments, and please keep taking them in. One question was, what do we eat most of? Fish, mutton, beef, or chicken? So we eat a lot of fish, as you can find the freshest fish in Shetland, as we've got some of the best fishing grounds in Europe here on our doorstep. So we love eating the fish, and there's a lot of good shops here like Blydot and Island Fish that you can buy the local produce. We also eat a lot of mutton and lamb here, as we've got a lot of hill grounds, so there's a lot of sheep on Shetland. So we've got so much choice there for lamb and mutton, and we've got a really good abattoir that's run by the Shetland Livestock Marketing Group. They do home kills for you, and then you can get your local meat cut up there. No one really rears chickens here in Shetland, but we also get it in the supermarket, and we eat a lot of beef here, as again, a lot of the crofts will have about 20 to 30 cattle on them, and they can be killed at our local abattoir, which is a really important part of our agriculture community, which allows us to use the local meat. There's also been a question about sacermet. How do you make sacermet? Now, it is just like sausage meat, but it is the specific spices that are used in the recipe that makes it Sacermet. I love it cooked in the oven, just with some onions and a bit of water, with some mashed tatties, local ones of course. But recently I've been making homemade sausage rolls with a secret ingredient of hoisin sauce. So you just mash up your Sacermet, spread some hoisin sauce on the puff pastry and cook them in the oven. It is just delicious.
Can I share another favourite recipe in Workhouse for Sacermet as well? Because we have a lock of it. We order a section of a coup usually and keep that in our freezer for a local source. And we had a lock of Sacermet and we thought, well, what can we do with it? And my husband came up with the idea of combining Sacermet with pork mince and adding fennel seeds plus a tomato sauce with carrots and onions and so on. Absolutely cracking.
Oh, lovely. So yes, it's really important to use these bits of cut of meat that you might have left over and just think of them creatively. There was another question about, do you ship local fish? Now, Thule Ventus ships the dry salted cod in the UK, so check out their website or Facebook page. And Island Fish in Shetland also ship through the UK. So
and
check
Blido are worth contacting as well, aren't they? Blido
yes, Blido as well. We've had a lot of comments saying how professional the festival is looking. So a real well done to the production team here in Bigton Hall.
Of which you are one, Amy.
Yeah.
And I should say that Amy is actually going to be back with us later on because she's wearing several hats today, a Bigton lass, a young farmer, and also a TV star, if truth be told. You may recognise Amy for some of the farming programmes on which she's appeared. So she's going to be here later speaking about her experience in the spotlight in farming. If there's a question you'd like to ask Amy about her work and life, about life in Shetland, about anything else, be in touch with us at Taste of Shetland on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or email shetlandfoodanddrink@gmail.com. Is that with Amy?
Yes, so please keep the comments coming in on Facebook and Instagram. We're all open for questions, and especially about for the farming side too. So
it's a unique chance to access somebody at Kane's Shetland Farming inside out directly, so do tack it. Thanks so much, Amy. Now we're approaching that time of day when I'm sure everybody's thoughts are just on one thing, and that is dinner. And we think that some Shetland meat is very important when you're having your dinner. So we're going to bring you back now to Uredale Farm. You might have minded earlier we saw Jacob Janssen tending the beasts on the hill there. Well, now he's taken that fruits of his labour back into the kitchen, and he's making a roasted lamb shoulder. If you've missed any of what we've already put out this morning, you can catch it again on YouTube. We're going to post the whole 4 hours of festival content on the @Taste of Shetland YouTube channel as soon as we can get it up, so later the day or the morning. But meantime, sit back and enjoy and cook with Jacob. delicious did that lamb look? Oh, salivating. I'm joined now in the demonstration kitchen again with the Chief Executive of NHS Shetland, Michael Dixon. Very warm welcome, Michael, to the Taste of Shetland Festival 2020. You have been here just a year. You've come to us today to speak about healthy eating and living Shetland style.
Yes.
So I'd like to find out, first of all, first impressions of the place. What are you marking of Shetland food?
Well, I think people don't necessarily understand the passion that people have about food in Shetland, and also the breadth of produce that we have here, and it has been amazing. I've been stunned by the variety of soups that people make, the ingenuity that people have in terms of turning recipes into fantastic meals, and a real passion about local produce. It's brilliant.
Any standout dishes for you?
I'll say soup, actually, and I don't think the Shetlanders give themselves necessarily credit for the amazing flavourful soups that they make. I do have a particular favourite, which is out in Aith, the Cake Fridge, a 24-hour fridge which has food available. Astonishing, I've not seen it anywhere else. Utterly beautiful food, and all homemade, which is just great.
I mean, that's part of Shetland culture intrinsically, is that nutritious, actually very, very good for you. Bowl of soup at lunchtime, busy working folk,
Yes.
been out tending to sheep all morning, back home at lunchtime maybe for a bowl of soup and a bannock or a sandwich or whatever. So interesting that you highlight that. Sometimes it's easy to overlook the most simple and enjoyable parts of our diet. But what are you cooking for us today, Michael?
So today is a very old recipe. It's not my old recipe, but an old family recipe that we use called Homity Pie. It calls onto the great ingredients that are available in Shetland. We've got potatoes, obviously, famous potatoes. There's leeks, there's onions, there's some peas in there as well, some cheese. It's Orkney cheese, so we're keeping it local to the Northern Isles.
No cheese maker, sadly, in Shetland.
No. But it's okay. It's okay. The cows are here as well. And it can be, what's so really fantastic about this is you can do whatever you want with it. You can throw different vegetables into it. It's very easy to make. You can make it in advance if you've got a busy life, if you've got a lot of stuff going on. You can even freeze it and then cook it once it's been prepared.
Do you know what I love more than anything else about this dish, Michael? And I'm sure I speak for many Shetlanders in saying this, it contains tatties.
It does. And I think what a lot of people don't realise about Shetland is the different variety of potatoes that are out there. The pinks and the purple flavours. If you think about a Halloween dish, if you made this with purple potatoes, it would look fantastic.
And the iconic Shetland black, of course, as well, with that purple ring.
Of course, I mean, it's just striking.
A spooky topping, maybe, for Halloween. Excellent. Well, you've got one you made earlier there, Michael. So
Yep.
we're going to be tasting that, or somebody else, some lucky soul will taste it, because I can't because of COVID. But yeah, we're going to find out more about how all that's going. Will you stay with us?
Of course, no problem.
And we're going to pair you up shortly with one of the Shetland Food and Drink team, Osla Jamwell Fraser, who's making a Hairst Salad to go along with it.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to it.
So stay put, because we're going to come to that later. First though, all this talk of healthy eating leads us neatly into our next film. It's a visual and a nutritional feast. Suze Walker is a medical herbalist who is based on the island of Burra, and she runs herbal medicine clinics there, and she has opened Shetland's first herbal tea company called Island Botanicals, one of our member businesses. Here Suze showcases the medicinal benefits of vinegar with a concoction that's rich in vitamin C, and it's good for our immune system.
Hi, my name is Susie. I'm a medical herbalist and the owner at Island Botanicals. I moved to Shetland in 2012 and set up my herbal practice, initially in Lerwick, but now I work from my home, which we bought a few years ago in Hamnavoe. Over the last couple of years, we've spent a lot of time trying to maximise the growing space in the garden and also building some shelter for the plants. In 2018, I launched Island Botanicals, a retail sideline where I make and sell herbal teas, syrups and other seasonal remedies using as many homegrown and locally sourced plants as possible. I'm trying to use as much as possible herbs that I've grown myself in the garden or that I've foraged for locally here in Shetland. So today, because of the time of year it is, I'm going to go and gather some rose hips, and I'll be showing you how to use them in a vinegar. So that's all the lovely rose hips in there, and here in this jar is the vinegar that I've made from them. So this is really just rose hips, and it has elderberries in here. They've been soaked in apple cider vinegar, and that will extract all the goodness from them. So you have a lovely sugar-free alternative here to your rose hip syrup. So if you don't have any rose hips, there's another vinegar that you can make, which is just made using ingredients which you will have in your kitchen anyway. And if you don't, you can just get them from the shop. You don't have to forage for them. And this is a fire cider. So it's very famous, and it's very good for basically fighting off infections, boosting your immune system, and really helping your digestion, helping your circulation, all these things that we need a bit of help with through the winter especially. So all you need to get is some onions, some ginger, some chilies, some garlic. We've got different herbs here. There is rosemary, thyme and oregano, and this is horseradish, which you can do without if you don't have it. And so we're just going to put all of that into the jar, cover it with vinegar, leave it for 3 to 4 weeks, and then we would strain it off, and there you have your vinegar. So that's it, finished in the jar here for 9. So the reason why I'm making a lot of vinegar and using a lot of vinegar is because vinegar is an excellent medium for extracting minerals from plants. And most people, you're using vinegar in their day-to-day cooking. So it's an easy way to get that goodness from your plants and to take advantage of that. It sits somewhere quite nicely in between a herbal tea and a herbal tincture, I think, and suits most people. When your vinegar is like this, when you make it at first, just keep an eye on it for the first few days because you may need to top it up. You want to make sure that everything is covered all the time, and then give it a bit of a shake if you want to, and like everything, just keep it in the dark, and then it won't be destroyed by the sunlight. And then strain it off after 3 to 4 weeks. Add honey if you want to, gives you extra benefits for the immune system, or just take it as it is. If you don't want to use it in your cooking, you can drink it diluted with warm water.
Sue's Walker there, who has a beautiful online shop if you'd like to explore her products further. There are details of all our member businesses at our website, tasteofshetland.com. Do give them a look, check out their contact details, maybe even buy a product or two. Also, you can get our snazzy aprons that you've seen throughout today's broadcast with the Shetland dialect words on them, plus tote bags and tea towels there, or your very own recipe booklet for Shetland food. You're watching the Taste of Shetland Online Festival 2020. My name's Claire White. I'm the manager of Shetland Food and Drink Limited. Coming up in the next half hour, we hear how the humble chilli has transformed whilst a businesswoman's life, and we indulge in a rich hot chocolate from Coffee Culture in Lerwick as a Tattie holiday treat. But first, if you were watching earlier, Chief Executive of NHS Shetland, Michael Dixon, prepared a Homity Pie for us using local ingredients. Now, Shetland's Food and Drink's new project assistant, Osla Jamwell Fraser, will join us in creating an accompanying Hairst Salad. Osla, what's involved in that?
Hello. Well, the Hairst Salad, folk tend not to think of Shetland being somewhere that you could maybe go for salad this late in the year, but everything that I'm using today in terms of salad leaves is all been very freshly picked. This is spinach and a bit of rainbow chard fae Mam's garden, and some dandelion leaves here. A lot of folk don't think about maybe what they can get a haddo just in their natural environment. A lot of folk use the word foraging, which I personally don't really like very much because it makes it sound like you have to go out with a spear and do stuff. But this is just quite literally dandelion leaves picked this morning for out around the verges where Dad would have liked them to be trimmed anyway.
Are they quite bitter then, Osla?
They're not actually too bitter, no. Does they want to taste one, Claire?
I can't because of COVID, but
okay.
Yeah, later I will.
Okay, right, what we're going to do is we're just going to make the dressing in here. This is just actually some extra virgin cold rapeseed oil here, but you could use olive oil, you can use any kind of oil you want. A walnut oil might be nice. And we're going to put in some of Susie's elderberry and rosehip vinegar, fantastic for your immune system, rich in vitamin C. Just put a splash of that in.
So classic dressing, oil and vinegar?
Yep, just oil and vinegar.
But with a Shetland twist
Put in some pepper. Then you want a good sprinkling of sat. Here we've got Shetland sat.
Shetland sea salt, very popular new product.
Then I'm going to put in some mustard. This is just a normal Dijon mustard, but you could use whole grain or whatever you want.
Osla, is this a dish you've created especially for the festival, do you?
This is a festival exclusive.
Wow.
I would maybe not go as far as Canada recipe.
I think this is lovely because it's not the time of year you'd really think of eating much salad, maybe.
No, and your leafy greens are really, I mean, with the situation that we're all in at the moment, leafy greens is what we need to be eating.
Michael, what are you making of this for a nutritional?
So do you know, I think it's really clever that we've got the dandelions, and I've never thought of making a salad with dandelions. But I think the spinach, and spinach has got really good health properties. So how did you come up with the combination of the dressing?
The dressing is just a kind of a nice salad dressing, just classic with oil and vinegar. You pop a bit of mustard in, you could put honey in it if you want. I'm not putting honey in today because I'm going to put in walnuts. Fantastic. And there's some toasted sunflower seeds and pumpkin seeds here. We're just going to sprinkle them in, and we're going to put in this lovely apple for a pretty bit of sweetness, and then you're just going to put your dressing over that.
This looks delicious.
Why did you use walnuts? What was the...
Walnuts, I like walnuts basically. That's why I'm putting them in there.
Honestly, I think also viewers might want to kind of put your background because you're handling all that stuff very, very professionally. Your food pedigree is quite impressive.
Well, I was born and grew up in Shetland on a croft. Learnt to cook for my mum, and I have worked variously over the years for Burristow. For Osla's Cafe. I am Osla of Sizzling Pig fame. And for the past 17 years, I've actually been living and working out in Italy, where I've been doing translation in the food and wine sector. I've trained as a sommelier, and I just like eating.
And we're so lucky that Osla just returned to Shetland 12 weeks ago, and you've been thrown right in at the deep end and preparing this festival.
It's fun, Claire.
So, voila.
Yeah, that's your salad. If you want to make it into a very quick lunch dish, that would be it as a side dish. But if you want to make that as a really quick, healthy lunch, you can also pop some cheese in. Here I've got a selection of cheese. I've got some Scottish blue cheeses and a goat's cheese there. I think that's French. We are very lacking in cheese manufacturers in Shetland at the moment, but hopefully that might be fixed soon.
Yeah, we have Orkney to go to, which you mentioned earlier, Michael.
And you can just crumble cheese or cut up cubes of cheese and put that in there.
Bit of protein, brilliant. Yeah. I thank you so much to Michael Dixon, Chief Executive of NHS Shetland, and Shetland Food and Drinks Project Assistant Osla Jamwell-Fraser for a delicious and healthy lunchtime treat. We should just say that, as we mentioned previously today, of course, Shetland's local vegetables are available and best accessed via our network of incredibly impressive rural independent shops and independent shops in Lerwick. These are the places to go to get the hidden gems, because folk grow stuff in their polycrobs, they have an excess, they give it to the local shop increasingly. So that's where you can really taste the terroir of Shetland, I suppose.
You have to get local produce. A lot of folk have stuff in their yards that you can ask them for. We've had a lovely veg box just in this morning for JK Mainlands, and this, as I said, is just stuff for Mam's yard at the moment. And I mean, in middle of October, you would not think of going out into your garden and picking salad, but it's there. It's just that we have to actually start using what we have more.
Well said, Osla. Now, I ask you, who needs a commercial break at an event like this? And I feel it's absolutely nobody, because this programme is bursting with entrepreneurial energy already. But what we might need is a poetry break. And I think that Shetland's young farmers are just the people to give us that.
From farm to fork, feeding rams to fuel them up for a busy season, serving yows is the reason. When the nights draw in, the rams go out. After 5 weeks, their job is done, no doubt. Scanning yows to see how many lambs, feeding the right amount for their mums.
The yows are ready. 5 months minus 5 days, nice and steady. Lambing time, 3 weeks. Lambs appear, following troughs and peaks.
Warden, new life being born, lambs playing in green grass. Here come the yows, ready to be shorn.
Sun on our backs, the yows are weaned, on to pastures new for them to be sheep. Yows are content to see the lambs thrive, as they run away, doing a jive. A few weeks on clover gets them ready to go, as far as Dover. Shetland has its own abattoir, which allows for lambs to go near and far.
Choosing the recipe could never be tougher, with such a variety of choice for your supper. From roast lamb kebabs to a spicy curry will always guarantee the best value for your money.
Succulent lamb is so versatile, bred throughout Shetland from Unst to Fair Isle. We hope you enjoy this delicious dish, and please never give lamb meat a miss.
Shetland's young farmers there with From Field to Fork. And if you're keen to lay your hands on delicious PDO designated Shetland lamb or even roasted mutton, then do contact one of our local meat suppliers or butchers to stock up. They are Anderson Butchers, Scalwell Meat Company, Victon Ferm, E.G. Fermin, GB and AM Anderson and Uredale Farm. They can all help you, and their contact details are on our website, tasteofshetland.com. Now, who doesn't love a tasty preserve with their meat? If you're into quality sauces, chutneys, marmalades and more, then my next guest is your woman. Welcome to the Taste of Shetland Festival, Donna Paulson.
Thank you.
Tell us about your company, Donna.
Well, it's our start by accident. I wonder how many times I'm said that. I just ended up growing as many person of what Shetland does. Grows too many things in their polytunnel or their greenhouse or out in their yard, and I grew too many chilies, and I needed to come up with a recipe to use them up, and that's how the chili sauce started, and it's kind of ground for there.
Now, your company is called, Donna, Whal's It Made.
Yeah.
For anybody that's listening that doesn't abide in Shetland, you're probably fascinated by Donna's accent, which is absolutely incredible, and it's very characteristic of the island of Whalsa. Tell us more about Whalsa, Donna.
Well, we're a pretty isle is the Shetland, and we're served to Shetland with a 30-minute ferry journey. We have a strong population of 1,000 folk. It's mainly a fishing community, but we have a good, strong community, a very driven community. We have a local hall, we have still leisure centre, care centre, and it's just a fantastic place to be. A very good community at looking after one another. I asked somebody this stream if they could make me a couple of bannocks to take the day with me, and she rolled up with, Maisie was very kind, and rolled up with 64 bannocks this morning. So
wow! I mean, that's a message we're hearing time and again today, is the community life in Shetland.
Absolutely.
It's what makes our food culture work.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and what I'm producing is nothing. I mean, you'll find this in many households throughout Shetland. The rhubarb jam, it's just down out, as Oslo sounds, down out that garden and seeing what's there, and making it last throughout the winter. And that's something that Shetlanders has done for hundreds of years. Just seeing that produce keep them young. So.
Well, can we speak through the individual products that you brought along, Donna? So what will we start with?
Well, we have the rhubarb jam. It's in, as I say, in every corner of Shetland ground, and especially the spring of year, it comes on, and that first cut of rhubarb jam, you're waiting for it to come and taste it. So that's the scene here, and then we have the rhubarb.
Well, can we just stay with the rhubarb jam momentarily, because I want
Uh-huh.
to just follow through on that. It's right, it's absolutely ubiquitous. Every Shetland yard is full of rhubarb. It seems to thrive on neglect, certainly in my garden. So this year we've been trying every rhubarb recipe known to humankind.
Yes.
We're doing ice cream and rhubarb meringue pie and rhubarb stewed and jammed and chutneyed and so on. But this is the iconic thing, probably what would ken Shetland for rhubarb jam about anything other.
Yeah, and it added to this is just rhubarb and sugar. And I mean, the farthest from my house is the stalks I'm going. Croute are so kindly coming we plenty of rhubarb for me, and the farthest the lots come is 3 miles down the road.
Amazing.
So I mean, you don't get any more local as this. It's just and it's just putting a bit of walls in a chair, and it's just a route taste to Shetland. So
well, I'm very excited
so
about the fact that some kind soul has actually gotten me a plate of things ready to taste. This is the first time this has happened all day, and I'm not letting anything for, ironically, at a food festival, a black fountain, as we'd say in Shetland. We're very hungry, and
So
there's a beautiful little pancake on which the rhubarb jam is. So I'm going to taste this.
Use the flowery bannock for Whalsa. This is Macy's flowery bannock. So. Pretty bit different from Marian's Beremeal bannock. We use what we would kind of class a bannock, but they're
light as a feather.
Yeah.
And that rhubarb jam is so beautifully spiced. Where did the recipe come from?
Well, it's just been handed down, and teens when I was peeing, the same as us, the ground up in a croft, and you were just in a house where teens, your uncle was into fishing, he'd come home with a fry of fish, and where folk was working around crofts, we had around sheep, and the rhubarb was ground at Jordan, so that was just part of my life, teen. And they grew beetroot and pickled that to see was through the winter, so it's just been part of the ground up.
A family recipe then as well?
Well, yeah, but it's interesting how we have got other social media and the Shetland Birkin Facebook page and all that, and then usually the spring of year when the rhubarb comes around, and then everybody is asking why they do the rhubarb jam. So the variations is huge.
But I can tell it just pick it your end out as a right winner. It's very specially flavoured.
And I mean, I think getting the boiling time just so it's to the right texture, so it bites up your bannock. It's important.
Fantastic. Next product then. Taste more, Donna.
So it's the same, but a variation. So the rhubarb and ginger jam, and it's fresh root ginger, and it's the same principle. It's just locally ground rhubarb, and then it has the fresh ginger throughout.
And the other things that's on the plate here, what's this one?
Oh, yon's the iconic one. Where did I begin? Yon's the sweet chili sauce. So I can't grow enough chilies now to keep up with the demand, but it's still the same recipe. It's all fresh. It's like fresh peppers, fresh onions, garlic, chili, ginger, and just all blended together. And it started off just as a pretty hobby, and then folk were coming back for more, and you're like, oh, this demand is growing and growing and growing, and the variations again, folk are coming back and saying, oh, I'm using it in salad dressing, I'm using it on chicken, folk are using it in pasta books. It just seems to be such a versatile sauce. So
well, I had to be honest with viewers here and say that this is not my first testing a chilli sauce by any means. It's quite a regular feature in our household, but I'll test it nonetheless. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
The recipe, again, it's all very natural ingredients in this, Dawn.
Yeah, it's all natural. There are no preservatives in any of it. There's no gluten in any of it. It's all vegan, vegetarian friendly. Either, of course, there's the milk in the fudge. That wouldn't be suitable for vegans, but it's just how Shetlanders are done things for many years.
And consequently so high quality. I think that's a message to get across, that these are premium products because they're so unadulterated. So if people buy for you on your Instagram or Facebook, then they are buying natural, pure ingredients.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just the simplicity. It's important to me, and it's small batch. It's me that makes it all. It's in my teaching, and it's just how we want to keep it. It's because if you're pouring out every chair and measuring, I can see what's done in every chair, and if it's something that I wouldn't want dished up to me, then I wouldn't be wanting to dish it up to anybody else.
That's a good business plan, I think. And the final product for testing today.
This is another old recipe, Claire, and again there's so many variations of marmalade. But this is a carrot and lemon marmalade, and this is always the one at the food fairs that it surprises folk, because they're like, oh, carrots, oh no, I don't think I'd like that, and you're like, well, who taste? And they take a taste, but it's bursting full of lemons.
It so is. It's just exquisitely tart, and it tastes very orangey actually, the carrot, I think, because that's what you associate with marmalade, and it's against the lemon, and it's quite citrusy.
Yeah, and folk always say, they must be oranges in you, and you're like, no, it's just carrots and lemons and sugar and water, and that's
Donna, your business is booming, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty busy.
Just give us a sense of how much it's grown.
Well, last year it was getting busier. You can feel it getting busier, and then this year it felt really busy, and our Christmas folk were coming wanting gifts and things, and we've just had a pretty look through business good where there's a bit of a study being done on my company, and that'll be coming up next week for everybody to see, but it's our 500% growth from April last year to April this year. So
lockdown, it has worked for you actually,
absolutely, and I couldn't believe like the number of contacts, and folk would want me to post stuff, and I was more as happy to do that. Checked with environmental health if I could deliver in Wales, and I advertised that fact, and folk were just that grateful for me doing that, and it changed putting pretty knots and along with a bag of fudge to folks' grannies that were living in Wales, and they couldn't go and visit them. But it's just been incredible throughout
And I think what's exciting for all your loyal customers is they want to be able to recognise the products that are on the table today, because you have just done this massive rebrand and repackaging initiative, so you're seeing it here first, folks.
This is the first showing of all the new packaging and the new logo, and I'm so grateful to Lindsay, that machine, for this. She has done a fantastic job. Of course, the Isle of Wales, for anybody that's not familiar, here it is, and it's all its glory, and in each label then there's the contour lines of what you'd find on the map of Wales, and this is picked for the locality where I stay. So she's really done a brilliant job, and I just think the colours as well. Do you think about the heather summer this year? It's very in keeping with the colours you would find through Shetland. So I just think it's really...
It just speaks of you, Donna.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. This is a business all about you. It just kind of grew by accident, and is now helping the local economy reasonably significantly in Wales, and creating jobs and making life in Shetland that bit better.
It is.
So we're grateful for folk like you, Donna. That keeps our economy going at these difficult times.
And some can be said for Taste of Shetland. I have so many folk that are helped me through this. It's a real community spirit of Shetland, and when you're down asking anybody, oh, how do I do this, then they're folk trying to help you the whole time, and I'm just that grateful for that. So
well, thank you, Donna Paulson, so much for joining
thanks
us.
To you.
If you want to access Donna's products wherever you bide, then check out her social media feeds. Facebook and Instagram, Whiles Are Made is what you need to search for. And if you're in Shetland, then get yourself along to Island Larder, Island Fish, the Cake Fridge or Bray Garage to stock up on there. Now it's Tattie holiday, which means that we have only one thing in mind, and a decadent hot chocolate takes a bit of beating as a warming luxury treat. Look away now to avoid any chocolate cravings arising from this spell that's being cast by coffee culture in Lerwick.
That's divine.
How delicious did that hot chocolate look? Oh, that's just what I'm needing as a pick-me-up right at this time of day. Because it is the Tattie holidays, we're running a couple of online quizzes in which you can win Tasty Shetland goodie bags. So do check out the links on our various social media networks at Taste of Shetland to enter. You'll win an apron, a dish towel and a tote bag with Shetland dialect words on it, plus a Shetland recipe booklet. So do check it out and take part. It's free to enter and you'll really be testing your knowledge of Shetland food words in that. We'll draw a winner around about 3 o'clock today from all the correct answer forms that we receive. Before then, I'm delighted to report that we have more dinner time Shetland tunes for you for the Cooper brothers, who are playing another Shetland set, Ross on fiddle and Ryan on guitar. Coming up in the next half hour after that, we'll have more on Marian's showstopper Monkfish. What will it be looking like when it comes out the oven? And also Scotland's first national chef, Gary McLean, will be here to show us how to simply steam mussels. That's all still to come, but first, Ross and Ryan Cooper, take it away.
Thank you, Claire. We're going to play you actually a set that's from our upcoming album. So this is a set called The Lucky Child, which is the name of the first tune which I was commissioned to write by some folks. And then we're going to go into a tune written by our father, Alec Cooper. It's got the 60 fathom reel. Then finishing with a good old Shetland favourite, the Cape Breton. So, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Marion. Welcome back to the Taste of Shetland Online Festival 2020, live on Facebook and on the Shetland Webcams website. Welcome back if you've been with us since 11 o'clock. Good for you, thanks for sticking with it. And hello if you've just joined us. All 4 hours of festival content will be published on our Taste of Shetland YouTube channel as soon as we can get it up there. And so you'll be able to relive any bits you missed or that you enjoyed and appreciate them afresh. To help plan your viewing over the next hour, here is a note of what's in store. Our menu will also be on our Facebook page and on our social media channels, so do check it out if you want to just plan when to dip in and out over the next hour or so. We're back now in our demonstration kitchen where Shetland Food and Drinks chairwoman Marion Armitage has an update for us on that mammoth monkfish showstopper dish that she's been preparing along with its economical cousin made from tusk. Marion, talk us through what's happening now.
So what we've finished cooking the tusk and the monkfish. And the monkfish is just out of the oven and it just needs a wee bit of greenery.
How delicious does all that look? That's incredible.
So this is good home cooking. This is not fancy restaurant work, but I've just left it on the baking tray so you can see what real food looks like. The tusk, I skewered it together with a stick with the stuffing in the middle, and that's him there. And now I'm going to put some chives just to garnish. I always like, my mum used to say, it needs a bit of greenery, Marion, it needs a bit of greenery. So there's the greenery. So what we'll do is just kind of cut into it so that we can see, I'll move it to this camera. We can just see how delicious this is.
It's such a meaty fish, isn't it?
It's a meaty fish. You can do lots of stuff with it. I'm just going to cut in there. And you can see that beautiful tender white. Can you see the beautiful tender white flesh?
And stuffed with couscous, Marion?
Yes. No, this is a breadcrumb mixture. Okay. The recipe is on the website. It's a breadcrumb mixture with some capers, lots of herbs, pretty bit of onion, and I think it had tarragon in it as well, but the recipe's there. But lovely and moist, really nice and moist. Fine to have with some Shetland tatties maybe and a green vegetable. And then similarly, for far less than half the price, without the tomatoes, is the tusk. And again, you see, this is a fish that adds together. And if you want to do a pretty bit more reading and research about the different fish that we have available, I cannot recommend more highly this book by the late Alan Davidson called North Atlantic Seafood. It was the revered Charlie Simpson, a Shetlander, who wrote this equally interesting but now sadly out of print book called In the Galley, which is a series of essays about fish. I believe it can be found on eBay and the like. But North Atlantic Seafood is a really good reference work for everything to do with the fish that we're cooking today. And what's interesting as well is that it has all the names in a variety of languages in the North Atlantic and in Europe. So it's a real, really good reference for all things to do with fish. And of course, because it's North Atlantic, it includes the north of the United States and Canada as well.
Now there's another dish involving fish in front of you, Marion.
There is indeed.
I believe there's a connection to our sponsor, Scottish Sea Farms.
Yes, so here we have, and I'm going to go through the stages of this, but this is the here's one I made earlier with the salmon. So, so it's simply puff pastry, with some salmon inside and a mixture of couscous and some vegetables. And I'm going to show that in a pretty minute. I'm going to make a big one. But of course, in these days of COVID, Sharing of food is discouraged, maybe even not allowed. So here we have kind of individual kind of lunch-sized pieces. I have to just tell you about this incredible plate that my dear sister that lives in Iceland gave me, with the most horrible fish head, but I just absolutely love it. And we've got more. Buster Hoos, who have been doing sterling work, the hotel up in Bray, sterling work delivering food, have made this absolutely delicious smoked mackerel pate, which they will deliver throughout Shetland. So we've got some of it for Wiz to sample today.
Now, Marion, we have another member of Shetland Food and Drink Limited's team waiting patiently in the wings. Would you like to come and join us? Bo Simmons, our Vice Chair. Lovely to have you with us, Bo. Okay. Just talk us through what you're going to make today, Bo.
I'm going to make something using vegetables, which are all locally grown. It's going to be a roast fish with some toasted almonds. I went and raided a friend's garden, her polycrop, and found a little tiny squash. There's Carlo De Niro from the garden. There's beetroot. Onions, I'm afraid I haven't grown, though I know people do in Shetland. So, and then sage and thyme.
And the dish is going to emerge from this, Bo?
As a baked vegetable with nuts.
I can guarantee that everything Bo makes is completely delicious. So although it may not have a snappy title at the moment, it will grow into something quite special, I do assure you. Also, Bo runs Bo's B&B in Burristow and Walls, and we're running a like and share on our Facebook page at the moment. There's still just time to enter that. We're going to announce the winner at 3 o'clock, so there's really got to be quick if you want to take part in it. But it's a simple like and share on our Facebook page, and you could win a delicious dinner plus bed and breakfast for 2 people at Bo's B&B in Waz if you enter. So don't delay, get on it. Bo, thank you. Did you pinch my knife? Yes, I did. These pair have been working together for a long time, so they I think they can communicate without words almost. So you're going to be chopping up a squash as the aspiration, Bo?
Yes.
Well, the good thing is we're going to come back later and speak to you about all these dishes, so we don't have to delay at the moment. We can just let you do your magic in your own creative way. So how about we leave you to it for a while. Thank you so much to Bo and to Marion for that fantastic insight into very seasonal local food. Of course, Shetland's food and drink scene would be nothing without great staff, which is where Celia Smith of Blythe Welcome comes in. Celia offers Scottish vocational qualifications in hospitality and retail, and that's training that pays dividends for local businesses, as our next film explains. A film from Celia Smith there about the hospitality and retail training available from our member business, Blythe Welcome. If you're a Shetland business owner who's passionate about food in any way, or if you're just an individual who loves to eat local, you can join Shetland Food and Drink Limited and be a part of these events and other things that we run. So check out our website for details of membership, fees and benefits. I'm joined again now by a member of Shetland Young Farmers. Hello, Chloe Jimison. Hi there. How's it all going in that hot kitchen back there?
It's going really well. We're getting a lot of amazing comments and feedback. We even had feedback from someone reporting us as the best thing they've seen on the box this year, which is such a great comment.
Was that my mum?
No. And everyone is so keen to visit when we are able to again. And
of course, the place to look for information on visiting Shetland is where partner organisation Promote Shetland's website. Shetland.org has got all the details you could ever need about travel, accommodation, life in the Isles. If you want to work, live, study, invest, or anything else.
Yeah, it's a perfect place to look for it. And they're all really appreciating the live music for the boys. We're loving it in the kitchen, having a pretty dance to it, so it's fine. There's been quite a few questions. We got one about the tatties, so about the variety of tatties that we grow here in Shetland. So we grow like the Shetland Blacks, Roosters and Cypress tatties here, and we, especially here in the South End, because the soil is so sandy, so it's perfect for growing them in. We're also asked if we still use seaweed as a fertiliser, which I think folk would maybe use themselves in their polycrobs and things like that, but farmers more use a prilled fertiliser now. So it's really interesting seeing what everyone's interested to find out about. We thought we'd say a bit here about the quiz that's running. We've done it ourselves in the kitchen. Didn't get 100%.
What did you score? I was going to say, it's halved, isn't it?
Yeah, only 65%. So me and Amy both scored that. Yeah. But we still got different questions right and wrong, which was really interesting.
So the quiz context, a lot of dialect food words, isn't it?
Yeah, which I really didn't ken half of them, which was surprising because you think you ken it.
Yeah.
But no, it's been really good.
And of course, anybody can tap part in that until 3 o'clock today. We're going to announce the winners just before 3, and the adult winner over 12 will get Shetland Forwards or Shetland Taste of Shetland peony and bag and tea tool and a recipe booklet of Shetland recipes, and there'll be the same pack for an under 12 winner too.
So yeah, a lot of folks have been admiring the peonies and saying everyone really wants one, so they're available on the Taste of Shetland website along with tote bags, tea tools, recipe books and lots of Shetland produce. So it's
and the other place you can buy them actually is on our online raffle page. You can mark in a donation there and win a fabulous Shetland prize, including dinner, bed and breakfast for 2 at Booster House Hotel, a Northlink trip on the boat with a cabin and a car for folk as well. So check that out. £2 a ticket, and you can also buy the merchandise there too.
Yeah, it's a perfect thing. We're also asked a lot about for folk in different time zones about how they're going to be able to catch up. So this will be on YouTube afterwards, so you can catch it on there. And we said to mention about polycrobs. So a lot of folk speak of polytunnels, but a polycrob is what we use up here that's a bit more robust for our weather conditions and can do with the gales that we get up here in Shetland. So,
and that's an incredible business story as well, because polycrobs are not just used here now but are exported to other places. In fact, it's a job for the polycrob business to keep up with demand.
Totally. So it's all just been such positive feedback that we've been getting, and everyone just wishes they could smell everything that we're making, and we're so lucky being here that we can smell the amazing stuff coming out in the kitchen.
Chloe, you've kind of got your finger on the pulse of what's happening in the Shetland food scene. You're probably out ordinarily socialising and out eating and so on. You're an accident and emergency nurse here at the local hospital, featured on Island Medics for the BBC previously. So kind of for your perspective on life, what are your kind of the things that excite you most about Shetland Met at the moment, or favourite dishes in your house?
I really like the variety that's coming for it. Everyone's making their own twists. Mum did Kirsten Williamson's hoisin lamb one night, and it was so good, just tasting lamb in a different way. You'd never think to put hoisin sauce with a lamb dish. And I've become really onto seafood. I didn't really like it when I was younger, but my palate's changed completely and I'm obsessed with it.
What do you like best?
I really like salmon and haddock. Just the simple ones, but I tried hake for the first time the other day and it was really good.
Do you do a lot of cooking yourself, Chloe?
I do enjoy my cooking, but I'm more of a baker. I enjoy doing my traditional like tray bakes and things like that more, and cakes, than I do cooking. But I do put my hand into it sometimes.
Well, if you're macking salmon, of course, we're very grateful that Scottish Sea Farms are our sponsor today, and they've gifted us the salmon that Mary is smoking and that we'll taste more of, hopefully, later. And I certainly want to taste everything when that's possible to do that.
Oh, totally. It smells so good and looks amazing.
And you mentioned Kirsten Williamson there and her hoisin lamb recipe. We actually have Kirsten on the show later on today, and she's preparing lamb gyoza from leftover Luna lamb. All her ingredients are sourced from Scoop Whole Foods in Lerwick, so that'll be a great chance to discover when you can do some Asian fusion with the kind of core product of Shetland lamb. Protected designation of origin status for that. It's a European designation. If you have never experienced Shetland lamb before, I think it's one of those things you need to put on your bucket list because the flavour is exceptional. Are you a lamb fan, Chloe?
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm lucky we have a farm on my dad's side, so we get our lamb through there, and it's just so good knowing where it all comes from and being able to test it out. It's the best thing.
And what does it mean to you to be Shetland Young Farmers?
It's just such a good group that brings us all together. We've all got similar interests. No, everyone, you don't have to be for a farm, I don't live on a farm or anything like that, but we've all got an interest in agriculture and our environment around us. And it's such a good group. We're still quite new. We've maybe just been running it almost 2 years, but our group is always growing, and we've made so many connections with folk all around Shetland that you wouldn't really have fun we kind of way. So it's been really good for us.
And Shetland's just a brilliant place to be young and
totally.
Building your life and career, isn't it?
Yeah, so I only left for 4 years when I went to university, then I was back in a blink. As soon as the job came up, I applied and luckily got it, and I can't see myself really going anywhere else now. I just love it, being home.
Well, that's a really positive note to end on, I think.
Yes,
Chloe, thanks so
definitely.
much for that. Do keep your comments, your questions coming at Taste of Shetland on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or email us shetlandfoodanddrink@gmail.com. Now, no Shetland Food and Drink Festival is complete without mussels, one of the most important aquaculture exports that we have here. When simply cooked, mussels mark a delicious and nutritious family meal any day of the week. So here's Scotland's first national chef showing us how it's done.
Hi, my name's Gary McLean, professional MasterChef champion and Scotland's national chef, and I'm here today to show you how easy it is to prepare and cook fish and shellfish at home. So today I'm going to be doing the most simple dish ever. I'm going to be doing some steamed mussels. They always come in a little net, and what I always do when I get them home is I put them in a bowl, run some cold water over them and just give them about 5 or 6 minutes, and it just refreshes them. The next thing you have to do is just pick off the little beards and any barnacles. So the first thing I have to do now is I have to chop some shallots. The cooking time of the mussels is counted in seconds. So you really want it nice and small so you can get maximum flavour. So shallots are ready. I'm going to just wedge off some lemon. Next we need some shredded parsley. I'm going to pop our mussels into a cold pan. I'm going to pop in the shallots, our parsley, a little squeeze of lemon. And this is optional. I've got a little bit of butter, unsalted butter, and then a good glass of wine. So we've got everything we need in the pot, and the idea is that the second pot is we heat that up as hot as it will go. We want really, really intense heat. We pour everything into the hot pot at once, drop the lid and catch all that steam, and that will cook the mussels, and we're talking 30-40 seconds. The mussels have all opened up beautifully. We're good to go. It's as simple as that. That's it. I don't think cooking gets any simpler than that, or tastier.
Scotland's first national chef, Gary McLean there, and just look at how perfect these Shetland Select mussels look. They're from our member business, Shetland Sea Spray, and some lucky soul is going to win 5 kilograms of these in our online raffle. They'll be winging their way out tomorrow. You can enter our raffle by simply clicking on the donation link on our Facebook page or on our website. Tickets are £2 a time via PayPal, and we'll draw winners and announce them tomorrow. So don't miss out. There's so many great Shetland foodie prizes and other general foodie prizes you can't miss out on, including Shetland Wool Adventure journals. I'm wearing my Shetland lace cardigan here. Chloe had on her yoke jumper earlier. The knitwear industry, the food industry, we're all intertwined, and it's great to be able to promote both through this platform and through Promote Shetland, Shetland.org. Here's some mussels that are made up into a salsa mix as well. Marion has created this beautiful specimen, and it is absolutely gorgeous and highly delicious, I'm told. So I think that'll last about 30 seconds in our kitchen, in the Hayhoull kitchen here, when it heads back through after this slot. So don't miss out on mussels and more. Now, you're watching the Taste of Shetland Festival. My name is Claire White, and I'm the manager of Shetland Food and Drink Limited. Coming up in the next half hour, we hear how shopping locally improves everyone's lives in the Isle, and Shetland lamb gets an Asian twist as Kirsten Williamson of Scoop prepares Shetland lamb gyozas. But first, an indulgent journey into the world of Shetland chocolate making with the owner of local food emporium Island Ladder. Welcome to the Taste of Shetland Festival, Nicola Johnson.
Thank you very much.
It's great to have you with us.
Thank you, it's good to be here.
Now, you're busy, you're already ahead of the game. You've started what you're going to demonstrate today. So tell us about that, Nicola.
I'm just going to kind of speak about and show you how to temper chocolate. It is such an easy process. It's just a 3-stage process.
Before you go any further, temper chocolate, what does that mean?
So tempering is activating the sugar crystals in the cocoa butter within chocolate. So there's a range of crystals in here. So to get the optimum range of them, we need to work with that chocolate. So you need to hit it through temperature. So the process is to heighten the temperature up to a certain amount. I'm working with a chocolate that needs to reach 45-50 degrees. I then tack it down to about 28-29 and subtly hit it up again, and then it's ready to work away. And what you want with a tempered chocolate is for it to be shiny, glossy, a satin look. If you don't temper chocolate properly, and say for example you hit it up and let it cool slowly, then it'll be white speckled, kind of, it will be dull, it'll be matte finish. You're not wanting that. If you've ever had a chocolate bar in your car, gotten hot, and then you bung it in the fridge and it cools down really quickly and you open it up, then you're left with like this pattern of bubbles. That means that block of chocolate's not been tempered. So I'm just going to show you how to temper it.
So then, is every Island Ladder or Shetland Fudge Company chocolate made in this way?
Our truffles are, but we make chocolate fudge, which is a completely different food science. So yeah, this is one of the stages in one of the types of products we make.
And what are you actually doing in Inu, and what can
So Inu, I am cooling the chocolate down. I have a temperature gun here that you can tack it feet, so I am kind of ready to go with it. I've already pre-heated it up, melted it, had a hit gun on it. This is me just mixing it. So the 3 processes when you are tempering chocolate and procedures, I should say, is like time, movement and temperature. So you're constantly having to move that chocolate to keep that crystals forming, keep it at its best. So you get kind of a de-durham halfway through this.
Why did you learn this, Nicola?
Well, when I took or just before we took our shop in 2014, then I went on a chocolate course in Peebles, and it was run by UK World Chocolate Master number 5, and she was called Ruth Hinks. So she was my level 1, and I went back to their level 2, and then I did my chocolate showpiece course with Martin Schiffers, and he also came up to Shetland end of last year. It was this time last year he came up for a 3-day intensive training course for other staff. So yeah, it's one of the first skills you learn when you kind of enter the world of chocolate.
Now you've introduced us to your world of business, Nicola. It's a fascinating story, and we're going to delve into that in more detail later, but just at headline level, just explain your business to viewers.
So me and my husband Magnus, we are an Island Ladder. It started off as the Shetland Fudge Company, and we have growed and growed and growed until we've kind of outgrowed every premises we've had. So we've had 2 previous, newer into our 3rd one, and it's a 9-leveled property, and it kind of hosts it's able to host everything we want to do. So chocolate, workshops, a cook school. We've got a takeaway range of food that's just Shetland, so we will have our mince and tatties and bannocks and everything like that. We also have a refill shop. We our 170 items that you can fill up with. So we've kind of got everything. We're not quite finished the whole building. We've still got 12 levels that will be our cafe, but we can't really see that opening until possibly middle of next year.
I mean, this is right on the main thoroughfare in Lerwick, in Shetland's capital. It's Kentish, the street locally, officially commercial street. So this is a really exciting addition to the town centre, because there's never been a shop like this for some time there.
No, my granny, she's kind of my inspiration in it. She always tells me the stories when she used to come to the street and she could get met, breed, fish, the whole lot. New, unfortunately, we didn't have butchers, we didn't have bakers, and we didn't have a fisherman go on the street. So we are home of Shetland's finest. So we're supporting everybody in that process. So we do have fresh breed, we have fresh fish, and we have fresh meat that you can buy if you were shop.
Now you opened, well, a difficult time, shall we say, Nicola?
Yeah, no ideal, but.
Yeah, it was earlier this year, wasn't it? Just before lockdown.
It was just before lockdown. We got the keys on the 24th of February to the new premises, and we opened the first stage of our shop on the 24th of July. So yeah, it took us a while. We emptied the whole lot open and running and still producing while we were in the old shop, but that never really happened. So
it's certainly not been the summer that anybody's been living in,
no.
Especially new businesses.
No, it's kind of challenged us as business owners, as a couple, as a family. It's challenged us in every way you could possibly think of. It's challenged us mentally, but honestly, we're better for it. We're better off for it. I used to be kind of sad about it and doing about it negative, but I've completely changed my outlook on it only recently. And now I can, if anybody can do it, me and Magnus can do it. So,
and if you can do it if you can do it now, you can do it anytime.
Yeah, and we are going to do it. Like, we are going to do it. We're going to be successful. So,
and of course, folk have still been able to buy your products online. So folk will associate some of your key products with Shetland. So just tell us the names of them.
So the best one is Puff and Poo. We're kind of world famous for that. Trifles everywhere. We've got a phrase called "How far is your puff and pooed?" and we've got a world map on the wall, and it's cleared it.
And it's not real. There's no connection.
No real puff and poo. Although I could say, but no, no, it's not real. It's a white Belgian chocolate, tossed at crispies, marshmallow, and rub it in desiccated fine coconut. So it's nearly more like a biscuit than a sweetie. But that's our most kind of famous one.
I think we're coming to the end of one process now, Nicola. We're moving on to the next one very shortly. So just tell us what you're splattering on your mould there.
So this is cocoa butter. Now this is, you had to clean your moulds first. I used the alcohol and cotton wool, and you wipe it clean inside it. And then you can melt down some cocoa butter. You can buy them readily done online. Lots of different colours. We use non-azo ones, so it's like it's safe to use. Some colours is unsafe and no registered with EU standards. So we always use non-azo. And then we've also got other decorations. You can get dustbins, you can get sprays, you can get lots of different decorations. But I just went for 12 quick and easy ones, and we're just decorating our moulds. Lots of different. You should leave a pretty shimmer on it. And that's
Who knew that chocolate making could be so sophisticated and complicated? Well, they are beautiful in the end, so it's perhaps to be expected. We're going to take a pretty break while Nicola moves to the next stage of her chocolate making process. And during that, we're going to hear from Nicola's staff in the Island Larder about why shopping local matters on Lerwick's main street throughout Shetland, the difference it makes to folks' lives. So this is a film with thanks to our associate member organisation, Living Lerwick.
When you shop at a street, you allow opportunities for jobs, careers and bright futures for many people. You also bring liveliness to the street.
When you shop at the street, you help to pay young people's wages like me so we can save for the future.
When you shop at Island Larder, you're helping pay my wages, which funds my hobbies outside of work and school, such as my sports and social life.
When you shop local, you not just shop, you come into contact with local people. You've got a conversation, and that makes your experience much more valuable. You buy produce that's been grown here, that's been produced here, with love, just for you.
When you shop local, you allow businesses to give opportunities to young people.
When you shop at Island Larder, you're not just supporting us in our business, you're supporting many other local businesses and suppliers who we get our products from, such as meat from the local butcher, fresh bread from the bakery, arts and gifts from local craft workers, and so many more. It's important now more than ever to consider changing the way that we shop, and shopping on the street is a great place to start.
We took the courage to go after our dreams and help the street come alive. And when you support us, it helps to make our dreams come true.
That was such an inspiring film by Island Larder staff. The Island Larder is owned by our guest in the demonstration kitchen right now, Nicola Johnson. Nicola, just talk us through this magic we're seeing, the sorcery
cool.
before us.
Yeah, so new of tempered to chocolate, what I'm going to do is fill me moulds. And I fill the first three kind of brally through.
Do you do this every single day?
No, this is not actually a range that we do daily. This is kind of something we do for special orders. We don't have the machinery that you need to keep this cool. We are producing so much different foods in our kitchen. We've got so many different ranges. I think we've got our 200 different types of fudges, tablets, marshmallows, everything. So no, this is something we do bespoke. And for special orders. So no, this is just my chance to show you guys how easy chocolate is, and it's good fun. Chocolate is fun.
Do you do this because you love sweeties?
You should ask my mum that question. I do it because I absolutely love working with chocolate. Chocolate was never something I really particularly wanted to go and get, but now I appreciate good chocolate. I will buy good chocolate and I will enjoy good chocolate. But I love working with it. I love the food science behind it and the processes and techniques. So I'm just banging it on the air bubbles now. You're wanting to do this with any types of mould. This one's is pretty good to work with, but if you have squares or any other kind of shapes, then...
And folk could get this online or they could shop locally.
Yeah, no, you don't have to get it for anywhere special. And also I'm happy to provide it if I can. If you're stuck on where to go for it, then I would be more than happy to help folk find the things that they're needing. Excellent. So now I'm just going to tip it upside down just to show you the mould. It's not quite set, but I've got one I made earlier. So you want to tip it upside down and get rid of all that chocolate.
Wow. It's incredible, it bites in place.
Yeah.
Amazing. Magic.
You tip it up and then that's your moulds. That's it.
Excellent. And do we need to move on now to the ones that you did prepare earlier?
Yeah, so this would take a pretty while to set, but use them, all shiny, glossy. Wow. You'd set them upside down and you'd leave them there for a couple of minutes just to get that excess. So this is the ones I did earlier on. And they are ready now to fill. So I made a raspberry and Shetland real gin ganache, and now I'm making a caramel with Shetland sea salt, and I'm just going to pipe it a couple in for you just to see
It's absolutely amazing to see our members collaborating in this way. Shetland CSAT, Shetland Reel, both members of Shetland Food and Drink. Shetland Reel are coming to us later with a launch of a new festive gin, so do stay tuned if you're a gin fan. Piping there, Nicholas, right in.
It's quite cowled in here, so it's setting on me, but I'll hot it up.
It's a big hall, Victon Community Hall. It's we're so fortunate to be in here today, and just shows what can be done with the incredible Shetland resource and talent. We have a technical crew, we have a production crew, and we have these amazing businesses that are our talent for the day, all right here in Shetland.
When you're piping, you're not wanting to make any weak spots, so you're trying not to touch on these sides. A weak spot is when the ganache or the filling or whatever it is comes and touches the sides. So when you put that lid on tap, then it'll create a weak spot, oxygen get in, it'll oxidise, or if you're making a liqueur filling, it will pour out.
Okay, so things to avoid.
Things to avoid.
Yeah. And so that one is, remind us of the flavour there.
This one is caramel, and I'm going to tap it with some Shetland CSAT. And then I did make ones earlier that was a liqueur. So the liqueur ones is an hour-night process. You want them to crystallise, because if you put chalk on top of the alcohol, it'll just sink and the liqueur will come up. So you go through a process with glucose sugar that will activate the sugar crystals in the liqueur, and it'll harden up. But I didn't have enough time to show you.
So it's a sated caramel truffle essentially.
Yeah.
And do you have a special name for it in the business, or just
No, we just got sated caramel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us about the business, Nicola. I mean, you're at a very exciting moment in your development.
Yes, we are. I don't know what to say about it, because I'm humbled by everybody's reaction by it and support by it, and how it's been received. I never really thought it could be that well done. So yeah, we're really proud of it, and we're passionate about our business, and I always have been. I've always been enthusiastic, just in life in general, but when it comes to business and management, I absolutely love it. I thrive on it. I just love folk, locals, tourists, everybody. I just want to do my bit for them.
And so for folk that doesn't abide in Shetland, doesn't kind Island Larder on Commercial Street, when you are fully operational, when we're in a different trading climate, what will it be like to step in the door at Island Larder?
What
will you experience as you go through the building?
Well, first of all, it'll be a feeling. So you'll feel like you're at home. I want you to be welcomed and feel like this is somewhere you are welcome at any time, a safe space. You can come. You're everybody's friendly in Shetland, and that's where staff too. So yeah, it's a piece of home that they should feel, and then they will experience Shetland's finest. So we have home of Shetland's finest and Scottish local produce. So we've got a lot of things on offer that's no fun in supermarkets, that's no fun anywhere else, and that I'm proud of, because there's nowhere else that kind of really does what we're doing. And they'll find everything. So we got funding for ice cream, Shetland ice cream. We had a professional come up at the end of last year, and what we said is we wanted a dense ice cream, a really high quality Shetland cream, Shetland milk, because all the creams nowadays is water and powdered milk, but we needed Shetland in it, and I wanted to be of a higher quality than your normal ice creams. So he came up and he worked for a day or so on this recipe, and he created something phenomenal, and I am confident in saying it's probably going to be one of the best ice creams folk have tasted, because it's just mind-blowing. It's so good. And of course, depends on Shetland Farm Dairies. Yes, it's Shetland Farm Dairies. Yeah, it's so strong to, as you said before, collaborate with other businesses, and that's what we're at about, is working with each other. And I think through this crisis, it is even more important to do our bit together with each other, definitely. Never a truer word. And of course, you're mum to two lovely pre-boys who are not that old as well. So, I mean, folk are always interested in the human story behind the business. How was that to manage? Well, yeah, see, a lot of folk ask me this, and I actually posted it up on my Instagram page last day, because a lot of folk come to me and they're surprised. They're like, how do you manage this with two Perry Burns? And I didn't really know how to answer it, because it's so normal, and to me, Burns was never going to stop me and Magnus being what we are or what we want it to be. They're just part of it. They're part of our team, and that's a key thing. It's just being a team. That's the only way success is going to be. A successful team is going to win.
And I bet they love tasting your chocolates.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Plenty of volunteers
Yeah.
for that, no do. Nicola, I kind of test things in now just to be on the safe side with the climate we're working in. But just describe the taste of that beauties to viewers.
Well, this one, I'm not quite finished them, because I was going to top them and show you the finished ones. Do we have time for that?
Yeah, do that. Yeah,
so I'll top
yeah.
this one. So this one's, it's no a chewy caramel, it's really sharp caramel, it never really sets. You would normally fill the whole of this tray, but
yeah,
we're not
working
going
within
to.
constraints here. Art of the possible.
But yeah, no, this one says, I top them with the sat, usually.
Yeah.
Sprinkle the sat on top of them, and it's delicious. It's creamy, it's, yeah, you'll just need to come and buy them and taste them for yourself.
Exactly, yeah, that's never a truer word said, yeah. It can't be described.
No, it can't be
Only
described.
experienced.
Yeah, and there's that much things you can do. Like, our stuff is so versatile. We can do any flavours. Like, I love when folk come up with imaginative things, and I am ready to take on the challenge to see if we can create what they're wanting. My favourite thing is wedding favours, when they come with a whiskey or something that they're tossed in their speeches and stuff. I absolutely love creating chocolates out of that and figuring out what matches it, what goes with it, what cocoa is. Yeah.
And we've seen the whole process here, and you have things you're already made that you brought with you too.
So I do have this toile. So you'd leave you into set. Can I come over here and do
Yes,
this?
I'll step away. Yep.
And this one's is finished, right? So this will be the liqueur ones.
Wow. And that gorgeous sheen on them too. It's like the mini dancers, isn't it?
So when you do have a properly tempered chocolate, then it doesn't melt. It's got a higher melting point. If it was untempered and you touched it, it would leave fingerprint marks, and that isn't what you're looking for. So you're wanting that high gloss sheen. Let's just fire it. And this one's is the salted caramel ones. I tried to make them Halloweeny, so I got some orange in them.
Oh, brilliant. Spooky looking, yeah.
Yeah.
Very seasonal. Well, I'm going to go into the next film, Nicola, with some urgency, because I sense that Yuna's going to sit on your counter for about 10 seconds once we go into that film. So, Nicola, it's been an absolute pleasure to hear all about Island Ladder and about you. Thank you so much, and we wish you every success in your business when COVID is hopefully behind us one day. Mind you can go to Nicola's shop online and buy Puffin Poo, let me see, Nyum Nyums, sheep's pearls, and lots more delicacies, wherever you are in the world. So log on to Island Ladder, Shetland Fudge, home of Island Ladder, and you'll find more there. Now, Shetland Lamb, on to meat now. If you haven't already heard of it, then seek it out. It should be on your bucket list. It's truly one of the most uniquely delicious meats in the world, reflected in its protected designation of origin status for Europe. Shetland lamb is often cooked simply here in the Isles, but it also lends itself to fusion cooking. And here's former Taste of Shetland Cooking Challenge winner and Scoop Whole Foods partner, Kirsten Williamson, showing us how it's done.
My name's Kirsten, and today we're making lamb gyozas with Shetland lamb. And first we've got a Shetland onion, Turryfield garlic, a Turryfield chilli, and some fresh ginger. And we're going to put it in the pan. It's hot sesame oil in yonder. And then we're just going to fry that down for 3 minutes until it's soft. So yins it just starting to get softer now. And then this is Shetland cabbage as well, Kale going in, and it's just chopped up and it keeps it a pretty bit crunchy. Turn them up a pretty bit. And then this is a roast blun of lamb made last night. It's a good way to use up your leftovers. We did a pretty leg and there was a rolled shoulder as well. And then when it was cold we just shredded it up like this, just so it's just into pretty bits. Like that, and you can just have it for the night before. And I'm just going to stir it in, so it's a fine way to use it up and something different. And here's about 400 grams of lamb going in. Put that in. Like that. And then just stir that around. And then we're going to put in some soy sauce with Scoop. So probably about 2 tablespoons. There's one, and another one. That. And then white rice vinegar for scoop as well. About 2 tablespoons of that as well. Swirl it around. And it doesn't really matter if you put slightly too much on either side. Just kind of roughly is fine. Okay, and then we're going to put in some pepper. Bit of that. And a pretty bit of salt, but not too much because of the soy sauce. Yeah. And then this is some Chinese 5 spice fish scoop as well. Gives it a really good taste. So I put in about 2 teaspoons. And you can put in as much chilli as you want. We put in just a pretty bit, but as much as you want, depending on how hot you want it. Get a good stir. And then I'm going to put in some honey as well. So I put in about 2 big teaspoons. Yeah. Another one. 2 big ones. And then that's all the ingredients in yonder. Just get a good stir, and then you just want it till it's all kind of mixed together, and then you can get it a taste. And if you want more honey or more salt or anything, you can just put that in too. You're probably going to cook in for about 5 minutes or something till everything's looking good. So this is some we made a minute ago, and it's cooled down a bit. And then this is the gyoza pastry. You can buy it frozen for scoop. Yeah. And I'm not an expert on making them, but they taste good. So what I do is you take a pretty bit of water in your finger, and you just put it around the outside of the pastry. Yeah. And they're on some corn flour just so they don't stick. Okay, and then you take a pretty bit of your mixture, and there we go. More. Okay, so you're not wanting too much so that it spills out, and hopefully it'll be alright. And then you tack them. And you roll them over, and then I just tack them like this, and then you're folding, and then kind of giving them a pretty press again so it's crimping. It's a pretty bit fiddly in the beginning, but it gets faster. And then I tack it on the inside, so you're folding and pressing them against the water, and you're wanting it sealed tight so that the mixture doesn't work. Again, you give a pinch at the ends, and I just give a pretty fold. It's not perfect, but it does the job. Okay, and we're just going to do a few more. Okay, so this is another one, just so you can see. So you put the mixture in the middle, fold them over, and I turn them around, this, and then you're folding like yin and pressing them. As long as they're sticking together, then that will be fine. And then turn them over, and again hold them and press them again, and then give the ends a good pinch, turn around, and that's him. Okay, So we've just made 6 new, but you would just use up all your mixture and see how many you get. And then this is some hot sesame oil again. And I just put them in here, because you want the bottom to be crispy, but the top gets steamed. There we go. So you put them in like yin, just for a few minutes, keeping an eye that they don't burn on the bottom. So yin's then been a few minutes, and just lift them up, yin, and then you can see they're getting crispy bottom. And then they steam for the rest of the cooking. So you put some vegetable stock in the pan. Put it in. Maybe a bit more. And then you put the lid on and then let them steam for a few minutes. Okay, yin's then been in like 5 minutes maybe. They're nearly ready, so let's open up and have a look at them. And then we like to kind of fry them on their sides till they're a bit crispier. Most of the liquid's kind of gone, so I'd still give them a few more minutes with the lid on. And then you can see the bottom looking nice and crispy on the bottom. But yeah, we sometimes leave them a bit longer as you, but you should end up with them like this. And yin's them. And then this is a quick dipping sauce we've made with sweet soy sauce, fresh ginger, chilli, and a bit of white rice vinegar. And then you would just dip them in yin, like that. Cool. So that's them. Okay, I hope you like them. Thank you.
Kirsten Williamson of Scoop Whole Foods there, cooking Shetland lamb gyoza. Scoop stock an amazing range of local produce, and they do offer a hamper service, which is useful to Kane as Christmas creeps ever closer. Also, Scoop are offering us a bag of goodies for their raffle. They've kindly donated some stuff for us. Now what we need you to do is to buy tickets for it. There are amazing prizes up for grabs. Dinner B&B at Booster House Hotel, a trip on Northlink Ferries with a cabin and car, just amongst a host of other fantastic prizes. All you have to do to enter is click on our donation page. Use PayPal to buy your tickets at £2 a time. You can pick up the link on our website, tasteofshetland.com, or on our social media channels, and we wish you every success. We'll draw the raffle tomorrow, I suspect, when we have a chance to pull all the results together. We'll pop them up on Facebook and online. It's the top of the hour again, which can only mean one thing. It's time for more cracking music from the Cooper brothers, Ross and Ryan. Coming up in the next half hour, though, we also have Gary McLean cooking the Shetland summer staple of mackerel, and national farming star Amy Budge talks television and tractors. If you want to ask Amy a question about her farming life or about any other aspect of Shetland food and drink, please be in touch at A Taste of Shetland on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or email us at shetlandfoodanddrink@gmail.com. But first, Ross and Ryan Cooper had her going.
Thank you, Claire. We're going to play a couple of jigs for you now. This is Garce's Dream and The Brig, and then we'll fire in to a couple of reels after that. So, okay, 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back to the Taste of Shetland Online Festival 2020 on Facebook and on Shetland Webcam's website. If you've been with us since 11 o'clock, well done, you deserve a medal. Hope you've enjoyed this insight into Shetland food and drink. You maybe learned something along the way, maybe you've been inspired to visit or to buy some of the amazing products produced by our member businesses. We'd love to see you anytime. There's always a warm welcome in Shetland for anybody who loves food and drink. All 4 hours of our festival content will be published on our YouTube channel as soon as we can get it up there after this live event, so you can relive any bits you missed or perhaps repeat things if you're really keen. To help with your viewing over the next hour, we'll just display on screen and on social media now what's coming up, so you can plan whether you want to watch the Fit Bash. Shetland are playing Orkney right now, so this is a significant moment for the Isles, some inter-county rivalry. But if you're not a football fan, then be with us instead. We'd love to have you. So, without further ado, we're back in the demonstration kitchen with Shetland Food and Drink's chairwoman, Marion Armitage, and vice chair, Bo Simmons, for a final look at these fantastic Shetland showstoppers that they've been preparing for us today. So, how did the salmon turn out for you, Marion?
The salmon is super. We pan-fried just a pretty bit on each side. I've got a piece of pastry rolled out. I'm just going to moisten the edges, and then I just want to show you quickly how to put a fancy top on. Fold it over, and then you just cut some pretty slits like this. This is super fast, and then you can lift it out of your ancient rolling pin onto the top, and then I will press it down and egg wash it, and then at the end of the session completely we'll show you that already cooked. The other thing that somebody was asking about were the Shetland black tatties, which we've mentioned quite a lot, but I just wanted you to see what they look like when they're cut open, because they really do have this bluey black ring round the inside on the most beautiful pottery plate made by Sharon McGreedy in North Row, and much of her stuff is available to buy in Bonhoga Gallery, I believe. The final thing I must show you is my trusty 1960s Kenwood that belonged to my mum, which is a staple of many Shetland households.
Vintage in the flesh there.
Absolute
isn't it?
vintage.
And I was looking for various bits of kitchen equipment recently, Marion, and you were advising me, and you said, go back in time, Claire.
Yeah. I would never be without this one.
And is this the salmon en cru that you've produced? Would you call it a Scatness salmon?
I think it's a Scottish Sea Farm salmon.
Yes, our sponsors. Yeah, absolutely today. Now, Bo, we had a helpful suggestion for a name for your dish from our studio producer, Jamin Creef, during the break. Do you want to christen it in front of listeners?
Yeah, it's Bo's Bigton Bake.
Hey, nice.
And what I did was I roasted the Crown Prince squash, which I robbed from somebody's tunnel, and I put sage with that and a little bit of olive oil. I did beetroots, which came out of my garden, and I put thyme and garlic, balsamic vinegar and some olive oil, and I've roasted the almonds, and then I also made some kale chips, which is with Cavallo de Nero, and you just oil them lightly, sprinkle salt on them, and then put them in a low oven. So I'll plate up some of this so that we can...
It looks absolutely delicious and brilliant to see vegetables taking centre stage. Increasingly, folk are trying to find, vegetable centrepiece dinners, aren't they? And this is a great one.
And you could, if you wanted to, you could strain yoghurt and make a labna. I strain it in muslin overnight, and then you could add paprika to it. But I've done it like this so that it can be a vegan alternative with the nuts and things at the moment.
Excellent. And there's more and more specialist diet kind of provision in Shetland, isn't there? That they're catered for ever more.
Yes, it's getting better and better, and it all started really with gluten-free. A lot of people with having problems with digesting gluten, and it's just gone on. And I think because a lot of the cafes and places have embraced producing food.
And of course people can get a full picture of the whole food and drink sector in Shetland with our new guide, our 2020 Taste of Shetland Food and Drink Guide, and that lists all the businesses that are doing all sorts of specialist things and general interest food and drink stuff as well. So it's on our website. Looking absolutely amazing. I'm trying to eat low carb at the moment, Bo, unsuccessfully today, certainly, having just had a sandwich and a chocolate. But those crisps look really appealing from that point of view.
Well, you're welcome to try one.
I'm going to be trying one, definitely. And just sprinkled on the top there.
Yeah, they will keep for about 2-3 days.
Okay. And how do you store them, Bo? Do you put them in a box? Or
Yeah, I just keep them in an airtight box, because if you leave them out, then as soon as they get any dampness from the air, they stop being crisp.
Yes, we're back to kale.
Yes.
Less of the crisp and more of the kale. Absolutely beautiful, and we're picking that up on our camera nicely as well, Bo, which is super.
And it's going to wipe the plate.
I know, finishing it off in a chefy way. Yeah.
Seeing, I'm making more of a mess with it.
That's absolutely terrific. Bo and Marion, we've so enjoyed the benefit of all your food wisdom and expertise there, and it's been a pleasure of a day seeing these dishes, and I know they'll be devoured as soon as they go backstage. So thank you for sharing those insights. A quick reminder that if you haven't already done so, there's a fantastic prize of dinner with Bo available on the like and share on our Facebook page, plus bed and breakfast at her amazing B&B, Bo's B&B in Burrowstone Was. There's just time to enter that. We're going to draw the winner just before 3 o'clock, so if you want to be in with a shout for that, get onto Facebook, follow the instructions. Not many people have followed the full instructions, so if you can be one of those, you'll be in with a chance of winning that amazing prize. Thank you so much for that, Bo and Marion. I'm just trying to remind myself of where I go to now. So yes, and breathe. We hope that what you've seen today of Shetland's food and drink sector is inspiring you to visit if you don't already live here. And of course, if you decide to come north, south, wherever you're coming from, you'll need a great place to stay. And if you're planning a self-catering holiday in the Isles, then we'd recommend this next business. It's one of our members. This is Brecker Lodge Self-Catering. Brecker Lodge Self-Catering there, where you're guaranteed a warm welcome, including a Shetland produce welcome pack, not to be missed. And we have another of our member business owners here with us now, Shetland, with Laurie Goodlid.
Yep.
Fine to have you back, Laurie.
Good to be back, Claire. And I think this is a good opportunity to just speak a bit about Brecker Lodge. Are running a competition at the moment to win 3 gift vouchers to purchase local produce to celebrate their online festival and the launch of their new promotional video. So all you have to do is go on their Instagram page at Self-Catering Shetland or Facebook at Brecker Lodge Self-Catering. Leave a comment about the promotional video that we've just seen and be in for a chance of winning that great prize.
Just a reminder, if anybody is wanting to contact us, tell us what they're thinking of today's show, or what they're thinking about Shetland Food and Drink, or a question they want to ask, mind just be in touch at A Taste of Shetland on Facebook, Instagram or Twitter, or shetlandfoodandrink@gmail.com is our email address. Laurie, what have folk been saying to you?
Well, the comments have been fantastic, Claire. I think that the whole festival is doing really well. People watching from all over the world, and they're just delighted, and they really feel part of it as well. We had one comment just about how warm and homely it felt, and certainly being here and being in the kitchen, it does have that real homely feel.
That's Shetland life, isn't it? Folk here are warm and community minded.
Yeah, absolutely. And somebody actually asked about planning a trip around cookery classes, and I was speaking in the kitchen to Nicola from Island Larder, and she said that they are going to be doing cookery classes with a real emphasis on traditional and heritage cooking. So they're hoping to do bannock making, maybe working with puddings and very traditional Shetland kind of dishes, filleting fish, and they'll hope to work with other members as well to kind of bring you some of that classes.
So come here and experience the authentic Shetland. I mean, you're a tour guide as well, Laurie. What have you noticed amongst the folk that come to Shetland from a food and drink point of view?
They're always really, really impressed by the food and drink here, and I always try and take them places and encourage them, especially to try the local meat, the local seafood, the local fruit and veg, just anything that's been made in Shetland, definitely.
And what about your favourite dishes? You're quite
my favourite, I love the seafood, scallops, mussels, but usually always go to the seafood.
And you go out on your boat, or your dad's boat?
We do, yeah, we go out quite a lot, and we have a few creels that we set for lobster or lapster, as I would say, and crab, and we go fishing for mackerel and haddock, and yeah, it's a fantastic way to spend an afternoon in the summer.
Exactly. I mean, we've got Gary McLean coming up soon, speaking about simply grilling mackerel, and I was reflecting on every Shetlander's experience of mackerel fishing in summer. A lot of folk do it, and it just makes for a fantastic day out, doesn't it? Especially for all the family.
Yeah, and sometimes the more simply you prepare it, the better. Just really from the sea and into the frying pan.
Yeah, well, we're coming on to that really, really soon. Anything else for viewers at the moment, Laurie?
Yeah, there've been lots and lots of love for the music, the live music. So thanks to Ross and Ryan for that, and a special shout out from their babysitter Thelma, who says she is immensely proud of them both.
Yeah, they're fantastic players and so modest, like many Shetland musicians. It's great to see them in their home territory.
Yeah, absolutely. And somebody asked as well whether or not we promote and sell traditional dried salted fish, and indeed we do. We've got some here. So Thulvent is one of our member businesses. They sell and they ship all over the world because it's dried, so it ships really well.
It also featured in James Martin's Islands to Highlands series that aired earlier this year. It was filmed actually right here in Victonhall last summer. So this venue is no stranger to big TV productions like our own.
Yeah.
Or James Martin's anyway. Super, Laurie. Is there anything more at the moment? Or
no, just a real buzz, on social media, and I think people are really enjoying watching.
Well, of course, none of this would be possible without our funding for the Connect Local Regional Food Fund and for the Event Scotland National Events Programme, plus our sponsor, Scottish Sea Farms. So a big thanks to them again for bringing us all together today. Now, as Laurie and I have just been chatting about, despite the many giant curveballs that have been thrown in everybody's path this summer, one blessing that has touched all of us here in Shetland is an amazing summer of weather. Great sunshine, and for that, in our household, it's a cue to head out, just as Laurie described, with the wands in the boat for a day's fishing, and that, with mackerel, only involves sticking your wand in the water and you pull it up minutes later and it's full of plump, sprickling fish. They're really easy to catch here, and there's many a post-fishing supper of tea and hot buttered bannocks at which we discuss various ways of cooking and preparing mackerel, because there's a bounty and you're trying to find new ways of eating it all summer long. But in our next film, Scotland's first national chef, Gary McLean, is going to cook this delicious fish simply.
Today I'm going to be cooking a really, really simple dish using one of my favourite fish, mackerel. High in omega-3, but more importantly, really, really high in flavour. So the first thing I want to do is to blanch and refresh the vegetables. You drop the green vegetables into oil and salted water. And you're only talking about 60 seconds, and what happens is the vegetables go really, really bright green. Once that colour change has happened, you then remove that into ice water and stops the cooking immediately. So the next job is to take some cherry vine tomatoes, and I'm just going to half them. And what these tomatoes are going to do is they're going to give real colour and real sweetness to the dish. So that's us, our veg prep's done. We can now look at the mackerel. When you're buying your fish, I would always recommend buying it filleted. Let the experts do their job. Sometimes in mackerel, you can sometimes get some bones just down the middle. And in mackerel, they're really easy to remove. All you have to do is to just take your knife down either side of the fillet and then just pull that little bit out, and it takes all the bones with it. Pop a little bit of rapeseed oil. And what I want to do is I want to get the fish in the pan, I want to get it seasoned, but I want to make sure that the fillets and the skin have a good covering of the rapeseed oil, and it's ready for the grill. So a little bit of oil in the pan, a little bit of salt and pepper. You just want to add the cherry tomatoes, a little squeeze of lemon just to finish, and that's our vegetables ready, and it's also our mackerel ready. So our mackerel is absolutely stunning. So all we have to do now is plate up. So I've got my vegetables, and again, you can just fling them on, don't be too fancy. All the hard work's been done. And then these beautiful fillets of mackerel just on top. Absolutely stunning fish, cooked really simply with amazing veg. Can't beat it.
That was Scotland's first national chef, Gary McLean there, and there are loads of amazing fish prizes in our online festival raffle. I'm going to read them out because I don't want to miss any. There's a box of filleted freezer-ready haddock from Simpson Fish, 5 kilograms of Shetland Select mussels from Shetland Sea Spray, a £25 voucher for Blighdoat fish and salt fish from Thule Ventus, plus countless other Shetland gifts that you'd love to get your hands on from other member businesses. So to be in with a shout of winning those, mind and donate in our online festival raffle PayPal section. Put in £2 for a ticket via Facebook or our website, tasteofshetland.com, and you could well be in with a chance of winning. We'll draw winners as soon as we can and post details on Facebook and on our website. Now, to my next guest. Who ever kent that you could get famous farming in Shetland? Well, my next guest probably didn't when she took on to do some pretty media thing many moons ago. But that's precisely what's happened to you, Amy. You've become quite famous. So from Bicton Farm, you've left your social media post just for a moment to tell us about TV and tractors. How did you end up on the telly, Amy?
So I suppose it all started when we were asked to be a monitor farm. Then we started in 2016, and that carried on for 3 years. And a lot of the press got hold of our story. It was quite big because it was me and my sister taking over the running of our farm. So then people from the Scottish Farmer actually recommended us. The BBC was looking for people, for farms to go and film for This Farm in Life. So these people from Scottish Farmer recommended us, and the BBC got in touch, and this guy from the BBC came up for a kind of preview. He brought a camera, we showed him about, and then they got in touch and said that they would like to come and film us if that was okay for us. So we were very excited but kind of nervous. I really wanted to do it because I thought it was great to get Shetland on the TV, get Shetland on the map, and also promoting farming and showing that female young farmers are actually working the land.
Yeah, I mean, to set the scene slightly, Amy, your farm is literally over the now for here, right at the bottom of the field.
That's
and it's got to be one of the most beautiful farms in the country. Just describe it for anybody that's not seen it.
Yes, the farm at Bigton, then we're right next to St Ninian's Isle, which is a sandy tombolo joining St Ninian's Isle to the mainland, and it's just wonderful. We get lots of visitors visiting the beach, and so you go across the beach and up onto the isle, which is a rocky island, and then it's got a historical monument that there's an old kirk where St Ninian's Isle treasure was found, which is just amazing. And if you look across to our farm, you'll see big rolling fields of grass, lots of cows and sheep. The sheep stay on the St Ninian's Isle, which is just amazing and really adds to the picture.
And what difference has being on TV made to your farming, if anything?
Quite a lot of difference. We've got a big social media following, which I think they just loved our story, and especially on Facebook we hear a lot of people, it's nice for them to follow us and feel the connections back to Shetland. We've had a lot of support from the community, a lot of lovely comments on social media, and I guess it's really, whenever I go down south to any farming events like the Royal Highland Show, then people do recognise us, which is kind of weird, but it's nice in a way too.
And what's happening on the farm right now you'd like to tell viewers about?
So right now we're getting prepared to wean our calves, which is when they come after their mums, because the calves are only relying on their mums for 20% of the milk, and 80% of their diet is forage, so we need to take them inside and get them on a good quality diet so that they can continue to grow and be healthy. And it allows the cows to have a rest, and then they'll prepare for the winter and then get ready to have their next baby. So it's a really natural process. We are also getting our rams ready to go out for two-pin, which is when the rams go in with the ewes and then they produce the babies. So they'll be going in at the end of November. So we need to make sure our ewes are in the best condition so that we can get the most amount of lambs from them too.
And what about the end product, Amy? If folk want to taste Bicton farm meat, how do they go about doing that?
We've started selling beef boxes. We started a couple of years ago and it's really taken off, especially through our Facebook page. So you can message us if you'd like a beef box. They're £400, but you get a delicious, amazing selection of beef cuts, from steaks to roasts to mince to some sassamet as well. So it's really it's really quality for money. And I'm sure if you taste our meat, then we get a lot of people coming back to say it's the best they've tasted, because it's local and it's produced with the best quality that we can manage, because we like to care for our animals.
Now you run the farm with your sister and the help of your family more widely. Where are you pointing the business next?
I would say we'd like to look at some diversification projects. We love getting folk onto farms, so maybe that's through farm tours. We also love to spread the word about the story of from farm to fork, because we think that we need to educate the public. I've recently started the FaceTime a Farmer scheme, which is, well, I joined it, which you get together with a school in the whole of the UK and you have a FaceTime session, which is just amazing that the agriculture community can use technology in this way to hopefully educate more bairns, to show them where their food comes from, because that's where we're going to get our market, and I think that's going to be really important.
Amy, thank you so much. I'm feeling fired up and inspired by what you're saying. I'm sure other folk will be too. Mind to check out Bicton Farm's social media links to hear more from Amy and hear about what's happening on the farm. Thank you so much, Amy.
Thank you.
Mind you can get in touch with us still at A Taste of Shetland, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, shetlandfoodanddrink@gmail.com, the email address. Share your comments, your feedback, your questions. Our next film comes from a place which is a firm favourite of parents of young children, and believe you me, I'm in that world. It's exactly the sort of place that we should all know about during the school Tattie holidays. So welcome to Lerwick's Eventastic. Event-tastic there, offering something for everybody during the Tattie holiday period and beyond. Under 12s, I'm speaking to you here, and over 12s for that matter, have you tried our online MIT quiz yet? You should do. Check out the link on my Facebook page, online, on Instagram. Click through and test your knowledge of Shetland dialect food words. They've got a lot of us in the team, folks, so we'll be really delighted if we receive a lot of correct answer submissions. What we'll do is just before 3 o'clock we'll draw them, and the winner in the over 12s category and the under 12s category will each win a Taste of Shetland goodie bag. That comprises a lovely apron, or peenie as we call it in Shetland, with Shetland dialect food words, a tote bag, a dish tool, and your very own recipe of Shetland, very own booklet rather, of Shetland recipes. So please enter. We're going to draw that just before 3 o'clock, so you've just got time to look up the answers if you need to, and we'll wish you all very good luck with that. You're watching the Taste of Shetland Online Festival 2020. My name's Claire White and I'm the manager of Shetland Food and Drink Limited. Coming up in the next half hour, we learn how to make a brand new cocktail specially devised for this festival by Shetland Brewery's cocktail man Johnny Sanderson. And we announce who's won the online quiz and Facebook like and share prizes. Remember, that's for the night's dinner, bed and breakfast at Bo's B&B in Borostow, not to be missed. There's still just time to enter, so do be quick if you want to be in with a shout. It's approaching that time on Saturday afternoon when thoughts are winding down for the weekend. We maybe got a glass of something in hand. We could have a Shetland drink, we could have a beer or a gin or whatever, but I reckon that a gin at this time of day, when the chill out mood strikes, is hard to beat. And here we have news of a newly launched Hawthorn gin, especially for the festive season, to create that real winter feeling. Here's the Shetland Distillery Company owner to tell us more.
Hi, my name's Debbie Strang from the UK's most northerly distillery, right up on the island of Unst in Shetland. Delighted to be speaking to you today. Be even more delighted if we were stood at the Shetland Food and Drink annual event where we could have a bit of a closer connection, introduce you to our gins if you haven't come across them before, and maybe taste them and get your feedback. But of course we are where we are at the moment with COVID. So delighted that we're still able to speak to you. Some of you will have come across us before. Some of you may be watching from further afield, making a mental note to join us next year if you can. So, Debbie Strang from Shetland Real Gin, but we also do blended malt Scotch whisky as well. So, when we're creating a gin, we're really looking for that local provenance and that local botanical to make our gin really special from Shetland. And we did that with our first one, which we now called Original, because we put in it some locally grown and harvested apple mint. So we call it our Original. It comes in the iconic shaded blue bottle, from the Shetland flag. And when we were creating this, we had an idea of our basic recipe, but we just wanted a real local input of some sort. So botanicals can be anything from berries to spices to leaves to almost anything you can play around with. But apple mint was suggested by a local lady, Sarah McBurney, in Unst, and what it does is bring a real fresh cleanness to this gin, which is what we were really after. And I don't live in Shetland all year round. I live in the Highlands of Scotland and unfortunately haven't been to Shetland during lockdown. Desperately missing it. But I do actually grow apple mint in my garden here. This is dried apple mint. And what I like to do is actually put some in from my garden too. So it really is, whilst we have aspirations and we export this around the world and just finally reached the States, but also to Canada, Germany, Belgium, Italy, Switzerland, Japan. But it's really important we keep that localness too. So this is dried apple mint, absolutely gorgeous. It's a spearmint, it's like a sweet mint, really, really lovely. So what I would do is take off the leaves, put them in a plastic bag and send them up to the distillery if I'm not able to take it up myself. So that was our Original, and it is really important, this local botanical. If we can't find a local botanical, because we're a little restricted with the growing season in Shetland, being at 60 degrees north, we look for inspiration from some other aspect of Shetland because we're trying to draw people to Shetland through the taste in our gin. Simmer's a really, really good example where this is our citrusy, this is my personal favourite, this is our citrusy gin, and we doubled the orange, put in some caraway seed and a touch of licorice at the end for a warming taste. And so Simmer is all about the play on words for the simmer dim light, when it hardly goes dark in the summer, and this is the gin for then. And you'd pair that with maybe lemonade to bring in a bit of sweetness to the citrus. It's a fantastic drink, absolutely great, really popular. So that's our simmer gin. We do one with bladderwrack seaweed called Ocean Scent. Again, we can harvest that locally. So it just depends. We had one we created for the Craft Gin Club called Filska, where it was an opportunity to send this out to more than 30,000 Craft Gin Club members. This is how successful and popular they are. And when we were approached to create a gin, we were like, yes, that's fantastic. So we wanted to tell everyone that Shetland has its own dialect. Not many people would know that. And that's why we chose the Shetland dialect word Filska, meaning fun and flighty and fun-loving. And that matched with the zesty pink grapefruit we put into this one. This one took a lot of time to get right. When we're producing gin, we produce lots of different versions and take it out and see what people think until we get absolutely the perfect gin. And talking of that, when we're at Shetland Food and Drink, we are there usually to launch something. And I wish we were there in person to do this, but we're doing it virtually as we can. So this year we're going for festive hawthorn. We're only producing a certain amount so that everything for this bottle has been done in the distillery. We always distill in the UK's most northerly distillery, but sometimes with large orders our bottling and our labelling has to go off island. With this, absolutely everything has been done in the distillery, including the waxing, which I have to make mention of because this is an absolute skill that Luke and Mark in the distillery have mastered. They did it previously for our Up Hilliard gins, where they do it with the red. I'm not sure how they initially felt when I went, I really want to do green because it's really festive and it just really looks good. But as ever, true professionals that they are, they got this to work because we'd created our own wax, which actually takes 2 or 3 times to hand dip to get it absolutely perfect. But that's what they're about when they're producing this gin. And we chose hawthorn because we create something just a little bit special. So when you're tasting it, the gin starts off typical juniper spice, but then it leads to a very smooth, woody, mild berry flavour. Very mellow and easy to drink. Just think slow gin stripped back to its essences. So mellow berry notes complemented by the spice of the juniper berries to create a smooth gin inspired by nature, inspired by Shetland, and to be shared either with your close family, friends, or maybe to send one in the post to somebody just to tell them how special they are in the run-up to Christmas. So probably match it with premium tonic rather than any other mixers. We're playing around with mixers these days with all these different gins, possibly Fever Tree, possibly something else. There's plenty out there to choose. And I'd either go for your serve a slice of pink grapefruit if you want to bring out that spices, or if you want to keep that woodiness, because we've got the slight woody tones coming through, maybe a sprig of thyme would work well with this one. Could really work out well. But it's always up to you. Playing around and getting what you like for your particular taste is what all the craft gins allow you to do. So festive hawthorn, 500ml bottle, and will be on the website at £29.50. And for the virtual event, we'll be offering free postage and packing, because we know if you were able to come and see us, you wouldn't have to pay that. So it's on offer with free postage and packing for the weekend. Details on the Facebook site. And if you're just wondering about the Friendly Viking in the corner, that is a lovely apron that we've had designed, also available on the website. And now you can't see the Happy Viking because it's underneath. So just to show you too, time to do your dishes with your Viking in your kitchen, and then sitting down to your favourite gin and tonic. Cheers.
Debbie Strang of the Shetland Distillery Company there, and because they can't be at the Taste of Shetland Festival in person this year, they're offering free postage and packing on their website with code TASTE, that's all capital letters, 20, TASTE 20, until 9 o'clock on Monday, that's the 19th of October, that's 9 in the morning. So it's great Christmas shopping motivation for you right there. Some lucky soul will also win a bottle of Shetland Real rhubarb and bramble gin liqueur in our online raffle. You could be that person yourself if you buy tickets via PayPal on our website or on our Facebook page. They're £2 a time and there's a host of prizes on offer. We're going to draw very soon, today, tomorrow. We'll post up the results on our platforms tomorrow so you can see if you've been lucky. Do join in. Can you believe? I can't, certainly, that this is almost the end of the Taste of Shetland Festival 2020. To sign us out with a bang, we thought we need to get the talented Johnny Sandison of Lerwick Brewery here, and he has very kindly created, especially for this event, a beer-based cocktail, which he's going to tell us all about. So, we're honoured, Johnny, to have your company today.
Thank you, Claire.
Go ahead and work your magic.
Yes, so I've got yet another beer-based cocktail for you. So we've done quite a few now over the festivals, I think. But so I was racking my brain as to how I could do something slightly different. So what I've got today is something that's maybe a little bit weird, a little bit out there. At least at first it might seem, but hopefully come the end of it, it'll look pretty tasty.
Do we have a name for it, Johnny, to get our mouth watering?
Yes, we do. So I've called it a clarified White Russian.
Any connection to me?
Or a clarified White Russian, as we were just saying, we'll maybe go with. Yeah. But it's kind of like a combination between before it's clarified, or clarified. It's kind of more like a combination between a White Russian, an espresso martini, and an old fashioned with beer in it as well. So it's quite a lot of things. So.
Process-wise, you've got a hush of lovely looking vessels there, so
yes,
how are you going to use them?
Yes, I've brought all my fancy vessels. Of course, if you want to make this yourself, you don't need to go quite so fancy. Any old kind of jugs and bowls and things will get the job done, but I've brought along my kind of cocktail
This
barware.
looks like something hot out of Reykjavik or something, doesn't it?
Well, something like that. I don't know if it's quite that good, but yeah, hopefully the drink at the end will be. So what we're kind of aiming to do, I say it's a little bit strange, but what I'm looking to do is mix up my regular kind of cocktail base, and you can do this with really just about any cocktail that has some form of acid in it. So if it has citric acid, like a lemon or a lime juice or something like that, or even a vinegar, something along those lines, what you can do is pour it over dairy, like milk. Okay. So I've got cream today, Shetland cream, but we pour it over that, and what happens is it deliberately curdles, and of course that isn't very nice. It doesn't look particularly appealing, and nobody's really going to want to drink that. But then what we're going to do with that is take it through a really fine filter. So I've got a moist coffee filter here, and I'm going to pass it through that, and what the curds are going to do is they're going to pick up a lot of the kind of any harshness that might have been there before, and what you're going to be left with is kind of that really rich and silky smooth, all those characters from the cream without the cream, if that makes sense. So it's gonna make it completely crystal clear and leave us with hopefully a very kind of nice, kind of silky, velvety, rounded drink at the end.
It sounds almost like kind of cheese making, a bit like that.
It is a bit like cheese making, yeah. Except we're taking the clear part and not the curds.
It's like bland and kern milk is your traditional split.
Bland is
curds and whey, I suppose you've got.
Yes. So it's splitting it into the curds and whey, and we're wanting the whey. Yeah.
Is this quite a fast process then, or do you need a bit of time at it?
No. So fortunately, in sort of Blue Peter style, I've brought along one I made earlier. So.
Excellent,
yeah. It's Blue Peter, right?
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, I think it's still on, I believe, John. So do you want to make a start on that then?
Yes, of course. So to start with, if we measure out the cream, and we'll put that to one side. So we're going to go with 50 mils of cream just into one of our mixing glasses here.
Yum, looks good already. I love creamy cocktails. I think you're either a juicy or a creamy cocktail drinker, maybe.
So
Do you
this
think,
doesn't.
Johnny?
Well,
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Or, yeah, depends on your mood, I suppose.
It guess. Yeah.
Yeah. So Shetland Farm Dairy's cream again.
It
We're
is,
we're
yeah,
relying on
Shetland
the
cream.
local dairy to make this today.
So we'll just set that to one side for just now. And then in a separate mixing glass, what we're going to do is we're going to mix up everything else. So we've got some Shetland Rail whiskey here, blended malt scotch.
That's our other drink member in Shetland Food and Drink. Yeah.
So we're going to go with 35 millilitres
Very specific.
of that. Yes, again, if you're making this at home, you don't quite need to be specific with this. There's kind of three main elements outside of the lemon, which I'm going to add in a bit, which are the whiskey, and then we've also got here this Tushka coffee reduction, which I've got here. So we're going to mix.
The Tushka thing, Johnny, I mean, a Tushka is a peat cutting implement here in Shetland, but in
Yes.
this context, what are you saying
Sorry,
when you
yes.
say Tushka?
Sorry, I should explain that. So this is where we get our beer from, linking back to the Laverick Brewery. So the Laverick Brewery make an oatmeal stout, which we call Tushka. So the reason it connects to the Tushka, the old school peat cutting implement, is not only because of the colour of the peat, but also they felt kind of in character. It kind of almost had a rich kind of smoky, roasty character to it as well. So it connected
Great
quite
name
well
for
to the
it,
peat, and
yeah.
they thought it was a good name for it. So that's that one.
And it's gone. I
So-
should say that the recipe for Johnny's cocktail and other recipes you've seen prepared here today will be on our website afterwards.
And they'll be on the website
On our
afterwards,
social media
yes.
channels, so folk can make this at home themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mixed in.
Right, so, and we've also got here, so this is just 10 mils of pre-measured lemon juice, so...
Very good, yeah. As
Sorry,
everybody
I was
pre-measures at home.
saying before, you don't quite need to be so specific at home, so as long as it's got the kind of equal parts of the main components, and you can actually make big batches. This works really well for making sort of big pre-bottled batches, so if you're having friends over and you want to make, say, half a dozen cocktails or something, it'll very, very easily fit into a sort of litre bottle. And it keeps in the fridge, because it's clarified as well, it keeps for a very long time as well, so it keeps in the fridge for a long time.
So for coming up to Christmas, if you want to serve this to your guests, you know, if we're allowed to gather by that stage, who cares? But you could make it ahead of time.
We can make it ahead of time, yeah. So it's
Next
quite
in.
handy for that as
That
well.
looks like vanilla.
And then we've got, just here some vanilla. So I'm going to pop in a whole teaspoon, which this stuff, again, is maybe it's a little bit on the expensive side, and you don't need to quite add so much. You don't need to add it at all. I really like vanilla. So,
Yeah, me too. I have it in my smoothies and porridge and everything most days. So
It's very fancy.
Yeah.
And then also quite fancy as well, I've got here some black walnut bitters, which again are not fully necessary, but I just feel that bitters, generally they work quite well for kind of rounding out the profile of drinks. It almost works like a seasoning, kind of a cocktail seasoning.
I mean, you're incredibly knowledgeable about cocktails, Johnny. You've been at this game for how long now?
Probably since I was 18, I guess. So it's nearly a decade now.
Yeah. So built up a lot of knowledge, and of course used to work in the Scala Hotel, much loved eating establishment in Shetland. So they were lucky to have your services on the cocktail bar.
They kind of gave me the space and the time to learn it all. So it helped quite a bit.
So that's a stir now, and what's...
So we're just stirring that to combine. So not in the same sense that you'd normally stir a cocktail to sort of mix and dilute, but we're really that was to kind of combine the vanilla and everything else that's gone into there. So the next step that we want to do was the step that I was talking about at the start, which is kind of that pouring it into the cream and deliberately splitting.
So this is a magical chemistry bit.
Well, yeah, I guess so in a way. So they say as well, I don't know if there was something I came across online that it was I think it was more of an American term that they use in chemistry, but it was something to do with they learned pour acid over something, but it was to do with pretty much what we were aiming to do, rather than pouring the cream into here, and what we would get is a very fast curdling and lots of big curds, which isn't really what we want. We want sort of really small fine curds, and that way we'll get sort of a better clarification process. So what we're going to do is just very slowly pour this over the drink here. Set that
Looks
to one
beautiful.
side. It's not what everybody says. So I won't use any of the descriptors that I've seen online. But there we go. So I think the cream actually it tends to look slightly nicer. I think the curds are a lot more fine when you get it with milk. It tends to look slightly more.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't say it.
Cream's a winner. Cream's a winner. Yeah.
So,
And then,
right, so we've got here, so this is sort of like a coffee filter on a coffee filter. Again, you don't need to go quite so fancy if you want to make it at home. You could take an ordinary sieve lined with, say, a damp tea towel or even a clean old t-shirt, something like that. Just something very fine cloth, preferably, to kind of capture it. And also I've dampened it as well, just so you don't lose half your cocktail being soaked up by the filter.
Yeah.
So yes, we're going to just pour that straight into there. So again, because I've made one in advance, normally what you'd maybe let this do is kind of sit and rest and infuse in the fridge, say overnight.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't have time for that today.
No,
so
we're approaching the end of the slot already,
yes,
sadly.
okay,
Yeah.
so we're nearly done. So again, as I said before, I fortunately made one earlier. So we might start to see that hopefully
dripping through.
Hopefully it'll
gradually.
start dripping through shortly. But just now we shall get our pre-made drink poured
Excellent,
out. So I've got a large ice sphere here. Hopefully.
A giant ice cube.
A giant ice cube.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just fine carefully pop that into our glass here without breaking it. Okay,
Excellent.
there we go. And I've got my pre-made, so I've labelled these because they look very similar, so I don't want to pour the...
Yeah.
The reduction works very well in the drink itself, but on its own it's quite bitter. But that bitterness actually works very well for the drink to kind of round it out.
Yeah, excellent. That
So
looks
just pour that
gorgeous
straight-
already. Super glass.
Straight over the ice,
Wonderful.
and there you have it.
God, I'll just
So
need to
that's-
take your word, Johnny, that's a delicious drink. Somebody will verify that for us very soon, I have no doubt.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, talented Johnny Sandison of Lerwick Brewery with the Clarified White Russian.
Clarified White Russian.
Definite hit with this Clare White anyway. Well, folks, that's almost it, sadly, from the Taste of Shetland Festival 2020. But we've an important few things to say before we close for today. Thanks, first of all, to the amazing folk that have helped pull this event together. We're funders, first of all, the Connect Local Regional Food Fund, Event Scotland, and our sponsors, Scottish Sea Farms. Our contributors, everybody that's appeared here in Bicton today, donated a film or donated a raffle prize. We are so thankful for your invaluable content. Our production team, Marian Armitage, Mary Andreas, Osla, Jamwal Fraser, Bo Simmons, Shona Main, Jane Creef, Laurie Goodlid, Chloe Jimison, Amy Budge and Jonathan Bolter. Our technical team, Andy Stephen, Ian Waddle, Liz Musser, JJ Jimison and Adrian Lyons. Our Shetland Food and Drink Limited board members who can't be here today, Sheila Keith, Joel Death, Yvette Hopkins, Eric Graham and Chris Percival. Our Shetland Food and Drink Limited member businesses who have given us the content today. And most of all, thank you to all of you for watching, wherever you've come to us from in the world. Please tell us what you've thought of today's festival and be in touch. Where 4 full hours of content will be published on the Taste of Shetland's YouTube channel as soon as we can get it up there for you to enjoy afresh or again. If you've liked what you've seen, then please sign up for our newsletter via tasteofshetland.com and follow us on our social media channels. We've plenty of fresh activities planned for 2021, provided we can undertake them all because of COVID. All that remains to do now is to declare this afternoon's prize winner. So I'll invite Osla. Johnny, can you shuffle along 2
I can
metres?
indeed, yeah.
We'll all move along 2 metres. Osla. Hello. Would you like to declare for us what is the like and share winner of Bo's B&B dinner, bed and breakfast for 2?
The winner for that is Ian Miller in Orkney.
Yes, bravo to Orkney. I wonder how they got on at the Fitbad. Is anybody keen? No, nobody's hearing. Anyway, well done to Orkney on the Bo's B&B win. And what about the under-12s food quiz, Osla?
The under-12s food quiz goes to Pamela Sbrigacenere in Florida.
Oh my goodness, well done Pamela. It's brilliant to hear that you're watching for the States. Thank you very much for tuning in and entering. You care more about Shetland Myth as we do. And the over 12s winner.
The over 12s winner goes much closer home, Duncan and Jane Gray in Unst.
Joint effort, love it, a bit of collaboration, that's what we like to hear. Both of those winners receive a Taste of Shetland peenie or apron, a tote bag, a tea tool and the Taste of Shetland recipe booklet, all available to buy if you felt inspired and want to invest in some yourself in time for next year. A reminder that the raffle prize winners will be on our social media channels the morn. For the last time though, for today, I would like to say to the Cooper brothers, who are sadly in a room far, far away at the end of the Bicton Hall here, we're going to ask them to strike it up. And we hope this has given you insight into Shetland community life. We are staggered that all this talent that's enabled this kind of event exists in the Isles, and all the kind-heartedness and warm collaboration that makes events like this possible. So thank you, Shetland, most of all, for giving us this event. So Ryan and Ross, cheers for now.
Thank you, Claire. Here is 3 Shetland reels for you. This is another one off our CD that's coming up. Thanks to Taste of Shetland for having us along to play. It's been a total pleasure. All of the stuff looks great. And we'll see you again soon. So, here's a few reels for you.